Hello.
We're
Hello,
live.
everybody.
Look at
You're
that.
right.
Man, you gotta love that
Good
intro,
evening.
James.
Huh?
I said you gotta love that intro. That is awesome.
Oh, the Rivendell one. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, that's
See.
that seems to be one of the more popular ones. Uh, it's always weird. You have those paintings, and you kind of get attached to it, and if it sells, you feel you're happy, but at the same time you're a bit sad. You know what I mean? It's like
Mm-hmm.
your little child's gone off to another world on its own adventure.
Uh,
You gotta let it go.
yeah.
But no, I'm quite happy with that one. I almost want to kind of like keep it with me, but we'll see. We'll see. Every artist has got that special piece, that one that they always the Mona Lisa or
Well, I think that a
Van
lot of
Gogh's.
artists, for their really special pieces, do
Yeah,
prints, don't
yeah,
they? Like, so,
yeah.
and there's nothing
Well,
wrong with that. You gotta.
speaking of special, look at this. 1, 2, 3, count it, people. 3 gingers, the same time.
That's
I think
Only
this might be
gingers.
an internet record. This could be an internet record.
representation.
That's hilarious.
Yes, wasn't planned at all.
Mhm.
It was the stars half aligned.
It's just synchronicity, man. That's how
Yes.
it is.
All right. So we got to with us here tonight. We'll welcome everybody who's out there watching right now. I don't let's see. Oh, I guess we are live. Oh, I've got 2 streams playing. This is weird. All right.
Right back. I'm gonna turn down JC really quick.
Back and forth. So yeah, we got Witcher Fox with us here, and we got Kenzo. Kenzo, how you doing?
I'm doing very well, James. How are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, doing all right. A little, exhausted. We got
Mhm.
finished with our exhibition, like I was telling you guys. Got finished with the Shinshokai exhibition today, group exhibition, and yeah, it's a pain in the butt to put up and take down an exhibition, but to be honest, taking it down is a lot easier than putting it up. Like
Mhm.
like putting up the exhibition itself takes anywhere from 5 to 6 hours, or it's about a third of the time for taking it down. So yeah, and only thing is like um I mean there's it's a big museum. And there's a lot of like big pieces and things that we have up, but uh, you know, it was great.
Well, we
Everybody
had a
everybody worked hard together, and yeah,
we
had
had
a
a,
good time.
pretty fun Legion of Memers stream last night.
Yep.
Yeah, we had Jason Sandberg on, comic book artist.
Oh yeah, I saw something. You guys had like that. How'd that go?
Yeah, it was good. He's a very good guest. Enjoyable
Sweet.
interview that we had with him, and he showed us some of his stuff. To be honest, because we have had the daylight savings thing,
Yep.
I was late to the stream. Kind of,
Oh,
it's kind of readjusted itself because our clocks changed as well. So
right.
next week I
Right.
should be on time. But yeah, from what I spent time with Jason, he's an awesome dude. So you should check out his stuff over on Twitter if you haven't.
Oh,
Like,
definitely.
he's been putting some like animated stuff up, to promote. He's been using Adobe Animate to make some little animated videos to promote his indie comic book, and it's all looking sweet. What was his one? I think it's called Jupiter. Is his one?
Oh yeah. Some people were
Yeah.
talking about that. Some other people were promoting that as well. Jupiter, I believe
Mhm.
he's been on the rounds there, maybe promoting the book.
Yeah.
I think I heard it. Where did I hear it at? Was it on? Is he part of CG?
I think so. It's very. I think that's where I saw him first. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
because I
very
think they were
like
talking about him
golden
on.
age looking artwork. Like
I know
I really like
exactly who
it.
you're talking about. Yes, his stuff is really good. I follow him on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have does he do a YouTube show as well?
Yeah. I think he
Yep.
has a
Okay.
YouTube show.
And they have like drawing competitions sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy I know. I follow him. I love his stuff. It's got
And
the
then
whole Bushima kind of look to it.
mm-hmm. It's
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
It's very
Yeah, it's really
golden
nice.
age traditional style comic book, man, and it has got all of the stuff we don't like being injected into it. It's just telling a story.
There you go.
That's what we want.
All
Just good storytelling and good artwork.
Yeah,
And
it's.
we also sorry, go on.
Oh no, you're fine. Go for it.
We had Mephisto pop in at the end as well, from Mephisto's movie reviews. He had he's started doing like a watch along format on his channel where he'll either have watch a film on stream, sort of like an audio commentary sort of thing.
Right.
And then he also will do one where he interviews guests, and he had Sheep Sidian and Gary on yesterday. So
cool.
They'd all been given homework to go off and rewatch Clockwork Orange.
That's what I saw. Yep.
Yeah, he was doing Kubrick month, and
okay,
so then
that's cool.
he had them. I quite like the idea of that though. Like, I like the watch along format. I'm often watching movies with audio commentary from the director or cast members and stuff, and I think it's a good idea for some of the content creators to do that kind of thing, because like you can do it with they do fight companions for some of the boxing matches and UFC fights and stuff, and there's a timer on the screen. You sync up your film with that timer, and then you're watching it along with them at the same time, kind of thing. But I like that idea. So yeah, we had him on, and it was an enjoyable meme stream. And we also showed a little promo that I've made for my cartoon that's coming out on April 22nd, episode 2 of the Full Aussie. And I'd thrown it together just to show on the Full Aussie that was on in the morning. So I just made like a little 40-second clip of that driving stuff that I was showing you guys.
Yeah.
But that's what I've been working on all week, just getting the physics down. Different angles for a driving scene I'm working on. It's just like a minute-long scene, but I've been working on sort of 3 different angles for the exterior of the car, and 3 different angles for the interior of the car. And I've been copying like a Dodge Challenger Hellcat. Yeah, so it's been fun.
Yeah, man, you're going off there on that. You found your niche,
It's a bit different to what I've been normally used to. I just not normally draw stupid little characters, but it's been a fun experience doing the backgrounds. Working in a 1.2 point or 3 point perspective, depending on which what it calls for at the time. But it's been a fun learning experience, and it's also good to be putting it out there. And I want to kind of put a few videos out explaining what I've done for other amateur content creators like myself. Share the knowledge, like, because I found other people's videos very helpful, man. And
yeah, just get there's a lot of talent out there, a lot of influence, a lot of learning to be done, and just apply it to your own work. Onwards and upwards, my friend. Onwards and upwards.
Always.
Speaking of upwards, we've got Witcher Fox up here in the upper right-hand corner. How you doing?
Messy.
Good. I always tell my students, got messy hands. That's the evidence that you've been trying hard. So good job. Good job.
I've never done a dry brush before, but I'm trying to make this look like metal. I think I'm doing a pretty good job.
Yeah. Oh,
pretty realistic, I suppose.
That looks like metal. Yeah.
A dry brush technique. It's 3D printed.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's so cool. It's 3D printed. And it's like a nice size too.
Can you take like sandpaper or anything and rough it up, or?
I did with this one. This one I sanded because I wanted it to be pretty. But this one I didn't. This is just a Space Marine 3D printed, hollowed out image.
Ooh.
And it's a little rough, but I'm using it to stash like stupid stuff. Like stuff I don't want, like like those random things in your kitchen. It's like this is so ugly. I want to hide this.
Put your weed in it.
I was thinking about putting all my spare lighters in it because I have like 5 stupid lighters. Oh my gosh!
Hello.
What's up there, bro? How you doing?
To the Reverend.
Hello.
Joshua. Sorry. What are you doing out here, man? You're killing it. We had 3 gingers at the same time, and now you come rocking up in here
with your.
You got to take a red marker.
I'm wearing pants. You can't see that.
Oh, the curtains.
I got just a little wee bit of auburn highlights in me natural chestnut hair. Me ma saw my beard. It was fuzzy last year, and she was like, "That was used to be my hair color," because like the sun was behind me and just caught it and just like this.
I've got cousins like that have got sort of a full head of brown hair, and when the beard comes in, it's
kind of
like
it's a wee bit of
Celtic,
Yeah, I actually saw my 23andMe DNA test, and I'm 68% Irish, and The
That's a
other,
lot.
well, yeah, my mom's 100% because her parents are both from the old country. So she was like,
wow.
she wanted to know what my Mediterranean bastard father possessed for genetics.
Yeah.
Slancha, good morning. Top of the morning to you.
There you
Over
go.
places
I've
far
always
away.
wanted-
Being united by the internet.
Wait, what am I drinking? I think I'm tea. Oh, it's empty. That's
Oh.
sad.
Oh.
Hello. How is everyone?
Doing pretty
Doing
good,
very
man.
well,
How about
Eric.
yourself?
Oh
You doing
man,
all right?
I was 10 minutes into shooting content and I fucked it up and then I had to reshoot. Yeah,
Oh,
that happens. It happens to everyone.
Yeah.
What's this for your OnlyFans?
Yeah, it was like that the feet video I was telling you about.
Okay.
Holy.
You were asking.
Yeah, if you haven't subscribed to that yet, everyone, go.
He makes me pay
only
double for it.
beards. You guys
Pay
should start
double,
something called
bastard.
Only Beards.
Really
Only
go.
beards. It's great.
And
Only
just have like
beards.
really close-up shots of like just beard, like
Oh yeah, like the foot fetishes. When the foot fetish is over with,
With
the
the
beards will
beard.
come next.
yeah.
Yes, the foot fetish
Yeah,
never
that's
dies.
what I'm growing
My
my out
beard
for. It's like
horrible.
insurance.
Modesty cultures have enforced foot fetishes for generations and millennia.
Dude, the foot thing's been along for a long time, and I know
Oh,
that
no,
because I went to high school. Like, I would go to these Mandarin shops where they would have nail techs, and they would do a manicure pedicure thing, and she would always be like, "You do not have feet, you have hands. You have hands for feet. What is wrong with your feet?" And I'm like, "Why are you so obsessed with my feet, lady?" And she's like, "In Mandra, where's Mandra? Mandarin? What's the place? What's the country? Where is
It's
it
part of
called?
China.
Thank you. It's part of
Yeah,
China,
China.
but like, is there a section of China that specifically they speak
It's
Mandarin and they're
huge.
not as
Well, Mandarin is technically
It's somewhere else,
Mandarin is
too.
the official language of.
I think
They
it's
call it
somewhere
the
else.
Chinese. They call it Mandarin, and then for Hong Kong, it's oh, why did I just forget the word? It's called Cantonese. Sorry, Cantonese.
Cantonese.
Yeah.
Thank you. Cantonese.
They
I knew
hold
that. But she wasn't from China though. She wasn't from China, but I know she spoke
Yeah.
fluid Mandarin. It was
Okay.
very broken English, but she was always giving me such a hard time about my feet. And I asked her one day, I'm like, "Why are you so obsessed with my feet? Because I come here every month and you always give me such a hard time." And she said, "Well, in her culture, feet being pretty is like a very, important thing.
Big
like having
thing,
pretty
yeah.
feet,
They used
And
to
I was
bound
like,
the toes, right?
yeah.
They used
Back
to,
in the day. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you just put big feet girls in the boxes. So they,
Mhm. Make them
yeah,
smaller.
exactly.
Makes me
Apparently, I'm
wanna
a
sing.
Japanese large men's size foot. Apparently, which I thought that was hilarious.
I can't even find shoes here. The
Oh,
only way
shit,
I have to
man.
order on the internet. I cannot
Yeah.
buy shoes here. Yeah.
I went
Sad.
to a Uniqlo in Times Square once, and it was like going to Munchkin Land.
Yeah,
You know,
definitely.
it was.
I graduated Uniqlo a long time ago.
I'm also very allergic to down feathers. I wasn't there for 10 minutes, and I'm like,
Jeez, that's horrible.
It is. Dude, I'm allergic to down feathers, to cats, to
Me too.
freshly cut flowers and dust. So imagine me trying to date now.
Yeah, I was like thinking, there's no way
Yeah,
no
no
way you're
hope
hooking up
for
with an older
you.
lady.
Yeah. Oh, this is Mrs. Sprinkles, and she's my life.
Just what I think our
I'm allergic to
stuff
everything.
feels.
I'm allergic to a lot of stuff too. It's really annoying. Uh,
I have good news.
Go for it.
I'm going to see
When's the
John
date?
Wick 4 at
sorry.
3 p.m. today.
Damn you.
And I'm just meeting the Gilk Man. I'm meeting Brightest Day, Memes and Destruction, Snacks and Friends, Dr. Rachel Lindbergh, Mac
cool.
Made It, Brightest,
Look at
and D-Day Direwolf. There's a bunch of us.
Awesome, man.
This is like the New England Rebellion Detachment or the Northeast Rebellion Detachment.
Sweet, dude.
And And today is the Vegas meetup at the Millennium Bar. So we're having our own. Wasn't planned to, but hopefully there'll be some cross contamination here, and we can pimp each other's shit. Be like, hey, we have a meetup in Boston today too.
Fellowship. That's what a fellowship's for, man.
Wait a second. So that's today in Vegas?
Yeah. Well, today is tomorrow is Chrissy's show.
That's right.
April?
That's
no,
right.
it's April. It's April.
It's April, isn't it?
Holy shit!
It's still March, man. Yeah, you were like, what the? I was like,
I'm
what the
a
hell?
whole fucking month off.
Yeah. It's brightest. Here we go.
Okay.
Oh, Pops, yeah, 3 gingers at Bostonian walk into a stream.
I haven't even pulled up the chat yet. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm not ignoring you. I'm ignoring
Oh
you.
no. But yeah, the brightest day is saying right there. I thought Vegas was
Hey,
next
man.
month. Yeah. Like I think yeah, Sully here might be recovering from a little bit of the sauce, possibly.
I had a bad day yesterday.
What
I
happened?
went to there's everybody.
Yeah, Pops.
Oh,
Got
hey,
Pops
British
in
Day.
here.
There you are, bud.
Brightest.
I'll see you in a couple hours, man.
Great.
We're going to the
Keely.
movies.
Man, I envy
Hi,
you
Keely.
guys, dude. Like John Wick 4 isn't coming out in Japan until September.
Damn.
I haven't seen John Wick's 2 and 3 yet. I don't care.
Same
I
as me.
haven't seen
It's the
number
same.
four.
I loved one.
Yeah,
Thought
one was fun. Yeah, one was
amazing.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah. And it's a 90-minute movie. So I'm really looking. I love a succinct 3-act movie. Like Fargo by the Coen brothers is 90 glorious minutes. 3 30-minute acts.
Wait a second. I thought John Wick was longer than that. I thought it was almost 3
No.
hours.
It's John
I
Wick
would
4?
check on that. Yeah,
I
John
would.
Wick 4. Yeah, I think it's 2 hours and 30 minutes or 40 minutes,
I
something
thought it
like
was
that.
90 minutes. This would fit my
Hey, what's up there,
confusion.
Jay the Deep Minded? How you doing?
Hey, Jay.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Hey,
sure it's
Gray.
like 2
Good to see
hours
Gray
30, 2
yesterday.
hours 40.
Gray, we're going to get you one.
Yeah.
You're at the table. Place at the table, motherfucker.
Oh,
Yeah, Vegas is next month. It is.
Is it common for these to smell so bad?
What is that?
I had about 3,000 loaded things to say.
These miniature paints? I've been sitting here smelling something horrific, and I'm just like, do I stink? Do I stink that bad? Am I stinky? And I'm sitting here and I discreetly smell myself, and it's this paint. It smells like booty.
Yeah, because
Like,
you were talking about that your paint
thank you,
going
Mr. Grant
bad.
Gregory.
yeah, I think.
And I was like,
actually
I've never ever heard
burns.
of that before.
Well, I got it from a thrift shop. I
Somebody
got this
slipped
whole thing for
into
like
your paint.
$5, but it smells like booty. It smells so bad.
Yeah,
Like,
but chicks are weird, dude. Like chicks like the smell of a man's armpit, and like so is it funky booty or is it good booty?
No,
I mean,
it's bad
like,
booty.
okay.
It's bad
Oh, it's bad booty.
Okay, because
Okay.
I like a good stinky guy, and I don't know why. Not all the
It's a
time.
it's a chick thing, and man, chicks are yeah.
I don't know
I
what
just
it
wanted
is.
to
No,
say-
okay. Here's the thing. There's a difference
It's
between like if
pheromones.
you don't shower, that's gross. But if you showered that day, unless you did
Yeah.
some yard work or you cleaned up the house or you like did some manual task that took about an hour or two, and that's why you're stinky, that's okay. But like, let's say that stink has been there for like 2 days or a day, then the stink isn't cute anymore. After
Right.
4 hours,
It's
the stink
acute.
needs to go. Yeah.
I can do this.
Angling for a pun there. Get it?
Oh, did you see this one, Witcher? Oh my God, you have that beautiful redhead on. But then he goes on to say, "I'm talking about Kenzo." Oh
Thank you, Mr. Grant Gregory.
no!
I'm
Well,
glad
I
you
mean,
did it.
let's be honest. I can't compete with the beards. I can't compete with that.
We're all
We all
beautiful,
know it.
especially Eric.
Yeah.
I've been
think
working on it.
Kenzo's-
I brush mine. I have a conditioner.
Oh
I
my
need one of those.
gosh. Wow.
You're
got
on
his
TV,
own
man. You
beard?
gotta look good.
Beard brush?
I've just let mine like mine's just gone wild. Like girls gone wild. Ginger representation. So
this look, you meet some interesting people. Like I remember when I used to be on my way home from work, even in my sort of tradey clothes, like my high vis vest and whatnot. And the homeless people would come and speak to me and still think I was one of them, even though I was in work clothes. I could never quite work that one out. I was just like, they're just like, who are you waiting for, man? I'm like, waiting for the bus home, dude. I've just finished work.
We all are, brother. Where'd you hide the cheese wheel?
That is pretty funny.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
My table's too small for all my
So I'm
stuff.
just saying the meth head
It's
look
small.
is
Yeah, that's what she
surprisingly
said.
more approachable than people actually believe it is.
Oh boy. Bunch of sick-minded bastards.
Indeed.
Okay, so you were saying you have a bad day there yesterday, Eric? What's the dealio?
I went to go meet Memes of Destruction and Snacks and Friends at the PAX convention. So I go to the convention center and I say, hey,
that's right.
I'm gonna be at the bar across the street getting a chili dog and a beer and watch the third period. I'll meet you guys inside. And they're like, yeah, we're hitting the food trucks. So it's like it's early afternoon, it's 3 p.m. About to hang out with the boys. And I walk into the convention center, and the guy's like, "No, sir, no, sir. You go to 415 Summer Street." And I'm like, "What?" And like, "No, you. This is like with the police convention here today. The pack's over there." I'm like, "The Seaport, which is literally on the other side of town, and the public transportation is a nightmare right now, and it would take like another hour to get across the city, and not paying $40 for an Uber to go across town." And it's like, I'm like, oh my God, I had a petite panic attack. And it just, that shit happens to me, man.
Wait. You went to the wrong place?
Yeah, that's on me, man. I have read the things wrong.
Suck.
Yeah.
That
sucks, dude.
Man, yeah. So
that's like one of those things that happens in a nightmare, and you wake up and go, that's so crazy. That would never actually happen in real life. Thank God that was a dream.
Yeah.
Damn.
And at least I got a chili dog out of it. But
hey,
I've never had a chili dog. What's that like?
Oh, it's a hot dog with chili on it and cheese and onions, and
it's heaven.
It's really good.
Had one of those.
Yeah, it's like you can have a Frankfurter on a buttered New England style hot dog roll with that's grilled. You butter it first, and then you grill the bread, and then you have little burn marks from the caramelization of the Frankfurter on the grill that goes into the buttered bun, and then you can have this whole host of different toppings that you put on it. Like
I like pickles.
Yeah, pickles, a hot dog relish, yellow mustard is
pickles.
People like people in certain ballparks are like, if you put ketchup on a hot dog, you're un-American. And I'm like, screw you, buddy. Don't you tell me what to put on my hot dog.
I mean, it depends on the ketchup. If it's Hanes, then you can go take a hike. But if it's like good ketchup with like roasted tomatoes, like then I like because Hanes is not ketchup; it's just sugar paste.
Well, that's what I get. I get the natural stuff. That's Heinz natural.
Like
that's
roasted tomatoes.
It's got it uses real sugar and not high.
Yeah, which we can tell who is living the privileged life here. Yeah, you can choose your ketchups. That's nice.
That's the one thing I do splurge on.
Exactly.
It's like stuff like that.
You remember the green ketchup of the early '90s?
The purple ketchup is the shit. I don't care what anyone says. The purple ketchup. If you have purple ketchup in your house, you are cool as shit. And I don't care what anyone says. I have purple ketchup.
I've never heard of any of that.
Dude,
it was the early '90s, man.
It's a '90s thing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, '90s kids know, man.
So good.
Like we were
I needed that.
like this is like
my gosh.
90s kids have like were brought up on Nickelodeon and colored ketchup, man.
Hell yeah.
Like
and Thundercats.
Colored ketchup. Thundercats. We had like remember was
Tiger got sick of that after a while.
Clear Pepsi. Yeah. That's like the strangest thing I remember. Like, what was that, Eric?
Tiger got really sick of hearing that from Lion-O after a while. Thundercats.
Witcher, what's going on with your neck there? Is that like
this is the curse of being a woman, getting hot flashes for no particular reason. And
it could just be with all these three handsome young gentlemen.
Oh my gosh,
it's unfair
and all the beards.
It's unfair for you to blame social constructs. You know what I mean?
Who knows? I could be anything. You don't know what I could be.
You are everything.
I could be a dolphin. I could be a two-headed dolphin, and you would never know.
I identify as a Martian.
Well, that's good to know. I'm in good company because I don't want to be discriminated against in our society of, open education and college and running water. We're so oppressed.
I identify as a fat bottom girl.
Won't you take me home tonight? Dude, fucking Queen is playing Boston October 15th. Them, right? I'm going to go. Yeah. I deserve it. I'm going to get 2 tickets. They go on sale March 31st at 10 a.m. And I'm going to get 2 tickets. And I'm just going to go and bring somebody. And
favorite Queen song.
God, it's called the Prophet Song from A Night at the Opera. The Prophet Song.
The Prophet Song?
Yeah. Didn't mean to make you cry.
Bohemian Rhapsody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kenzo?
Yeah.
You don't like Queen?
In a little cabinet. That's my one. Killer Queen. Yeah.
Mine's just Fat Bottom Girl. Love Fat Bottom Girl. Such a great song.
Fat Bottom Girl. I do Fat Bottom.
Speaking of which,
hi man.
Here in the chat. Hello. And Prince Lethal. Death on Two Legs is the best Queen song.
Death on Two Legs is. I love that song. They hated playing it live, and Freddie refused to drop it until Flash Gordon came about. and he had something
Yeah,
else.
hail
He
to
could...
Prince Lethal and Grant Gregory and the rest of the full Aussie crew.
Look at that.
Yeah.
They're all
Who
coming
wants
over
to
here
live
representing.
forever? I want it
Oh,
all.
now you're talking about Highlander, eh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I like Who Wants to Live Forever. That's a good one too.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking forward to seeing Adam
That's
Lambert
my wife's favorite
because
band.
that's cool.
Maybe that would be my intro song if I was like an MMA fighter or something like that. The
Who
theme
Wants to Live
song for
Forever?
Flash. I think that
Oh.
would that would be a cool.
Well, then the
You
other
know.
song is called "The Hero," which leads. If you're lucky enough to catch Queen Rocks Montreal, 1981, it's a legendary concert video,
Yep.
and they do Flash Gordon live, and then the other song's called "The Hero," which is like that's the theme that's playing in Act 3 when Flash is driving, taking all the fire, and he's in he's in War Rocket. What was it?
Got the guys with the wings.
Send out War Rocket Ajax, bring back his body.
I haven't seen that movie for a while. Need to pop that one in. You know what? I'm going to watch. I saw somebody put it up on. They did a review for. No, it was Wakizashi. What am I talking about? Rocketeer. I got to watch Rocketeer the movie again.
Good. That's some good shit. It's really Timothy Dalton's in that. He plays a don't want to spoil it. No spoilers. Billy Campbell, Alan Arkin, Jennifer Connelly. She's like 20 years old, dude. She's like not even so beautiful. Wow.
Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah.
She's
amazing.
Yeah. Same. Look, we got Mrs. Flu here. Okay, I'm just gonna go through the chat a little bit and say hello to everybody here.
And smash that like button.
Yeah. We've got Mrs. Flu. We got Mrs. Flu up in here. Morning to you. Wakizashi. Slicing through the nighttime here in Japan. Brightest day. Hello to you. How's it going there, bud? We've got Keely Chow. Roll Tide. Roll Tide. What else we got here? We got some. We got a bunch of ducks. You guys know what that is, right? You gotta feed them. Gotta feed them. Feed those ducks. Gotta feed them. Make sure they're not got an empty stomach on there. Here, Pops, 3 Gingers, and Boston stream. Beginning of a joke. Can anybody finish that one?
3 gingers and a Bostonian walk into a stream. And then Georgie says, "Hey, I'm trying to piss here. Will you guys get out of my fucking urine?"
Jeez.
That's my first.
That's good.
Thanks.
I can't follow that one up.
Why not? Make up your own joke.
Well, I was going to say funny. 3 gingers and a Bostonian walk into a stream, and then I forgot everybody's name who was supposed to be saying, and then like what was one of the Ghostbusters name? One of the main ones. Baker. What was his name?
Bankman.
Yeah, Bateman said, don't cross them or something like that.
Don't cross.
See, that's why I'm not a comedian.
Like damn cats.
Yeah.
Like black cats.
It reminds me of this one. A rabbi, an imam, and a Catholic priest walk into the pub, and the bartender looks at them and says, "What is this, a fucking joke?"
Oh my god.
The only walk into a bar one that I know, it's so stupid, but it's like one of those kid jokes. It's so funny. It always got me when I was younger. It's like 3 guys walk into a bar, the 4th one ducks. There we go.
That's a good one.
You get it?
I like that one. That's one of my
3 guys walked into the 4th one ducks. I'm not a
Here's a dirty joke. 2 white horses fell in the mud. Wait for it.
I'm waiting.
Keep waiting. Good things come.
I'll be waiting for a girl. Jinja or Jinja? Is Jinja the hard R? No, it's the soft one, baby.
The softest.
I don't think Jennifer Connelly is ever out of her prime. No, she isn't. That is a fact, Mrs. Flu. She's always in her prime.
She's a hot old lady.
That's my goal. I want to be a hot old lady when I grow up. I want to take care of myself the best I can.
Like, if you look at Cher in those 80s movies, she she's in her mid 40s. Like at Moonstruck, Cher in Moonstruck, she's so god-smacking beautiful, man.
Why is Cher always go? And I know it's plastic surgery, and I know it's faceless, but she still looks like Cher. That's what I commend to Cher. Is that there's a lot of people that just use filler, and the thing about filler is actually permanent. And a lot of doctors will say, "Okay, come back for your 3-month checkup for your another dose." You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to get it once a year because it doesn't break down. It just goes somewhere else. And if you keep getting it every month, you get these weird abstract, large faces as you see, like blown up in Hollywood, where their chin line is just like
Madonna.
huge.
Have you seen that
Yeah.
Madonna video?
It's weird. It's I have
What
this
about
weird-
Madonna? Madonna seems like she's doing well, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
She's like in her
Smoking-
mid-60s,
smoking,
man. She's
I don't
I was
know.
joking. Yeah, I was being
Yeah,
sarcastic there.
yeah.
Sardonic.
She really. God bless the woman. Even though she's not politically, I'm not really into what she thinks, but she really fucked up her face.
Mm.
I'm just gonna say it. She's so pretty. I don't know why she put that much filler in, and that's permanent. That's true. And there is a shame that Hot has
I have no choice but to avoid the sun. The sun and me do not get along. We are arch enemies.
Yeah, same. I wear sunscreen every day. Every day I leave the house, I wear sunscreen.
I spent 20 years working out on roofs, so I didn't pick the best job for my complexion. But I found when it got hotter, I'd put more clothes on rather than everyone else would be taking them off. I'd be up there in a hoodie and baseball caps, like completely covered, man, and then everyone else is just walking around with their tops off and their big muscles.
I would not be able to do that. Muscles are too big for everybody. I don't want to show off.
Beefcake. Screw you guys.
I get sunburned on a cloudy day. Yes, same here. One of the worst times I ever got sunburnt was on a ski trip, and it was cloudy. It was just really, really cloudy, and I was thinking, oh, it's cold, it's cloudy, I'll be fine. I was just like,
big mistake.
It's horrible.
Man,
Yeah.
you have to watch out on
the highest when it's snowing and cloudy.
On Mars. We don't have an atmosphere like that thick, so you get sunburned really quick on Mars.
Mr. Grant Gregory. Redhead on the Roof, worst musical. Yeah, worst musical ever.
Okay, I love that. I love that
funny,
music so much. All the songs from it I know by heart. It's so good. I literally, when I was working manual labor on a farm, I resonated with that music so much, that whole play, because I worked I woke up at 2 a.m. to get to job at 3 to leave at like 5:30 or 6. It was such a hard job. Like milking cattle is like the hardest job you can possibly have. And I remember just sitting there like, Lord who made the lion and the lamb, you decree this is what I am. Wouldn't it spoil some mass eternal plan if it was a milky man? It's so cute.
You and Eric, you guys, I swear to God, the two of you could probably just sit there and one of you just say a line and the other one would just go off. And it would just basically be that kind of banter the whole time. And I'd watch it.
Make me a match. Catch me a catch.
I only have so many musicals in my head, but my mom took me to Peter Pan when I was a small child, and Sandy Duncan was Peter Pan. And look at me, I'm flying. It was wonderful. I can still see her. You know what I mean? It was in the late 70s, and she was very young. Sandy Duncan was like very big stage actress, and she did a lot of sitcoms as well in America. I also saw the first the off-Broadway with the Boston run of Annie with the original cast in that first run too. Dude, you want to see me cry? You just fucking play anything from Annie. I weep like a child. I love it. It's like, maybe he's do as long as he's mine. Maybe that's such a sad song. Think about it. Oh man, Chicago's pretty hot. Chicago's awesome, dude. Even the movie.
Is Chicago the one with the angry women who killed the men?
Yeah, that's a
I know those songs.
He had it coming. Bump, bump. He had it coming. Bump, bump.
He only had himself to blame. I love that one.
Great fucking act. That's a great musical act.
Okay, guess what age I was when I first watched that? Guess. Take a
hopefully like
guess.
7.
12.
No, I was 5. My mom, as in her femininity, in her raging feminist, was like, and I'm not being mean to my mom when I say this. I'm happy she showed that to me. I'm happy she did, because it taught me something very early on that,
Oh yeah, Hugh Grant. He's a talented young man.
7 Brides or 7 Brothers is one I grew up on. I love. You couldn't make
I've
that
never got
today.
a chance to watch that one though.
I always wanted to make an an urban version called 7 Bros for 7 Hoes. But like that, the day for that kind of production has passed.
No.
There's
That's a shame.
Well,
I mean, just
it
the,
could come
Such a
back.
good movie though. Chicago was so good. It was so good. And even when I was 5, I was like, "This is great." And I asked my mom. I had an iPod, like the first iPod, and I was like, "Put this on my iPod. I want the whole album." And I got the whole album on my iPod, even the one where she talks about. I came home from work and what they were doing, the spread eagle, and it was like, "Dun-dun-ch," you know. And I was like, "Oh my god, I know what that is now. That's horrible, but okay, I know what that is." And then I remember going to school and them saying, "What's your favorite musical?" I'm like, "Chicago." And they're like, "Oh, that's not good." I'm like, "Oh, I like it though. It's
on the
nice."
Legion stream last night, we were discussing there was a picture of Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn from the Joker 2, and they were saying that possibly it's going to have a few more musical numbers in it.
Well, it's supposed to be a musical.
That's what I mean. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I don't think it. I don't know. I want to be pleasantly surprised with it because I like musicals personally.
Me too. Yeah.
I'm saving my Latino flavored one for Bendito, but I was gonna say I want to do a Latino version called Siete Cholos para Siete Cholas. That means 7 dudes for 7 chicks.
There we go.
Yeah, but I want to I don't want to.
I'm sure he'll be
Korean people. You're on your own. You gotta. I don't know your culture.
Yeah, Shinin no Dansei ni Japanese one.
Wait a second. Each ni san yan go roku nana 7.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Nana shoujo, nana shoujen.
Shoujo shonen. There we go. That'll work.
Something like that.
Sure, why not?
I don't go with it.
You guys think this? I don't personally think that they need another Joker movie. I think that it stands alone. It's fine by itself. It gives you you can interpret the ending how you want to, open ended. That's what's really beautiful about it. And then I just hope that what I hope is that this movie doesn't connect with the first one.
It would be better as a one shot.
Definitely. Yeah, I just hope that this movie is just like, okay, maybe this is just another twisted kind of scene within his brain or something of the sorts. I don't want it to connect with any kind. I don't want there to be like a protagonist. I don't want there to be like any kind of superhero stuff involved. Like the amount that they had with the first Joker movie with Bruce Wayne's dad. What was his name again?
Thomas Wayne.
Thomas Wayne. Thank you. That's all. That they didn't need any more than that. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
I know what you're saying. For me, it would have been fine left as a one shot. But if they do make it, and like you said, it's completely doesn't connect with the other film, and it's another one shot story using the same characters as they would in a comic book, I'm down with that. They don't have to make it some big overarching stupid story like they have been with all of the other franchises to try and milk money from it. If they've got a good story to tell and they want to use the same characters, that's what you do in comic books. So there's no reason why they can't do that in comic book movies, as far as I'm concerned. I'm all down for these one shots. I quite enjoyed. I've said it on here before. Those Mark Miller ones, like Kingsman and Wanted and The Losers and stuff like that. They all got made into movies. They should sort of have more one-shot stories like that. There's a lot more of them out there that would work.
Well, the problem is, people see that you spend like what? How much was the budget for Joker? It was like next to nothing. Was it like? It was like insanely like cheap to make, and it made $1 billion. It's like one of the biggest grossing films ever.
Yeah.
So they're thinking, oh, let's do it again, but you can't It's the whole, what is it? You can't catch lightning in a bottle twice.
You can only be an ingenue once if you think about it.
Yeah. I was really disappointed in how they tried to remake Conan, but they started it from the beginning
of the
storyline. What's his name?
No, his name is Jason Momoa.
Jason Momoa.
Yeah, he does Aquaman.
I mean,
but he was called Drago before this, so he was Conan before he was Arthur. So
yeah, I mean, I liked him playing with them. He did a good job, I think. But they really should not picked up where they left off last time. Not picked up, but start from the beginning. That's so stupid. We already know the story. We want to see him king. We want to see him, take the crown by force and have his own land and stuff. And they didn't put that. They never showed it. And at the end of each movie, they always says, "And Conan becomes king," and you never see it. So they did this huge movie, spent all this money to remake Conan with a wonderful actor and a wonderful, production. I think they did a good job of what they had, but they started it from watch his beginning. We already see the beginning.
Yeah.
I can live
Well,
without watching that.
I saw rumors out there, and I don't really have much faith in them at all. Like, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger was interviewed about being like coming back to the role, and he kind of hinted about possibility of that happening. But when I read through more of the article, it didn't seem like it was legit. I don't know.
No.
Yeah,
I think that was for clout. I think he may have
yeah.
entertained that for popularity and clout, if anything.
It would. I mean, if it was done well, I'd totally be up for seeing him in a.
Oh yeah, I want to see
you
him
know what I
as
mean?
an old king and die
Yeah,
alone.
yeah.
Like it's prophesied that he would freaking do it. They always said that in the books that he dies like, you know, but he's successful and rich, but he dies in a way that's just kind of sad. Like he never got his lover back, you know, and when she died, that's it. Even though he tried to, you know, get her back from the dead, it didn't
Resurrect her,
happen.
yeah.
And he dies thinking, okay, well, I did what I was supposed to do. I followed the way of the the sword. I'm here. But it wasn't like, and it was kind of like that quote from the book really resonated with me when gems lose their sparkle. You know, it's like, it's being a thief is not always, and being wealthy and powerful isn't always the meaning of life.
Right,
You know?
right.
Yeah, literally.
Lamentation. Lamination. There was no lamination. They didn't have the machine.
Of your women. Yeah.
Yeah, none of them were putting
gosh. Yeah.
squished into 2 sheets of plastic.
Holy shit! You're right.
Yeah.
This movie is 2 hours and 50 minutes long.
I told you, man. It's a long one.
Oh my God!
But everybody is saying it just flies right by, and like you don't feel the time at all. So
wow.
Yeah. Like
where did I read the 90-minute thing? Jesus.
Oh man, this is a
like
great movie, Miss Granger.
I think that's a minimum for me.
Has anybody seen this movie? Adaptation with Nick Cage. It's a great movie.
Yeah.
It's got it's what artsy movie kind
of. I mean, but in that I actually haven't seen Adaptation, but I was meaning
check it out.
Like we were talking about history of violence in the chat.
It's so good.
Frank Gregory brought it up. It's one of my favorite movies. It's a great Cronenberg movie. I love Cronenberg movies.
Yep.
Scanners, Videodrome, and just the very minute amount of practical special effects that he used in History of Violence are jarring. And because you're so used to his body of work and his body horror. And this is just one of the few cases, I think, that I hustled down the graphic novel, the original graphic novel that it was adapted from, because it was originally a comic book. So it's a black and white. It was released on DC Vertigo. And I got a used copy from a library that it was retired because it's pretty fucking violent, you know? And it's one of the few examples that the adaptation of the movie, it surpasses its source material.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it really is. It's because I found that the first half of the book was almost picture perfect to the movie, and then it's got one of the they took liberties with the ending in the movie, but it works so much better. Like, oh wow, like just yeah. The relationship between William Hurt and Viggo Mortensen is not in the comic book.
I love this.
And that's the great crux of Act 3, man.
Yes, that was a beautiful. That's one of the things about the movie that just completely took me off guard. I had no idea what I was getting into.
Hey, Broheen, like fucking you hear his voice on the phone.
Yeah,
I still get goosebumps.
Yeah. I gotta go back and watch it again,
dude.
And then he was also in there was History of Violence, and he was also in the one where he plays like the Russian mafia guy. What was it called?
Eastern Promises.
Eastern Promises. Yeah,
I haven't seen that one. I gotta. I just have to pick that one up.
Oh,
yeah.
The sauna, the sauna fight scene is ridiculous. Yeah. Have you seen Witcher? Those movies?
No, but I have seen another movie, or not movie, but another sauna fight scene. I feel like that was kind of playing off of that iconic one for sure, because it was very hinted. In the Witcher playthrough, there's a scene where like basically like the underground gangster gets in a fight with another higher entity in a
I saw
very
that.
Similar. Yeah, it's a very similar fight scene. So I think that a lot of times even video games take from famous classic films.
Right.
And I love that, you know.
Yeah. What is it? What is it? there's a saying. What is it, like copying or is the
The
form of
best form of
flattery?
flattery.
Yeah, best form of
The best
flattery.
form
Yeah.
of flattery.
Imitation
Oh
is the
my
best
God.
form of
Imitation. Thank you.
flattery.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I totally agree with that.
yeah. I'm gonna go fix.
Well, sure. I mean, and some kind of derivative success too. I mean, I meant to ask. I'm going to the movies today. Are there any movies out there that you're looking forward to seeing? Because I have a pick that I didn't think. Dune.
Second Dune movie.
I want to see Air. It's Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, and it's a period piece set in the '80s about Nike people making the Air Jordan. And this sounds real. I love Damon, dude. I love Good Will Hunting. I love the whole Damon Affleck chemistry. I mean, we haven't had that in cinema since, like, you got that between Pitt and Clooney. You got that, but this is something ancient in cinema, going back to like Lewis and Dean Martin, and Lewis and Clark too. You got me there, but
just a little bit back,
Lewis and Clark. Oh my God.
Yeah, but it's just a normal movie, and I was like, okay, I'll go see that. Yeah, okay. I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to seeing a movie like for the first time in a while.
Yeah, that's cool. I miss watching movies. I haven't seen one in theaters since I was in high school, just because I just haven't had the chance. Like, literally haven't had the chance to go see a movie, which is really sad. But hopefully I can go see, D&D, the new D&D movie. I know I've heard like bad things. It's like, oh, well, it's gonna be this. But I want to believe it's good. Just like with the Rings of Power, I always go in some of the bias, like an unbiased opinion.
Some of the best things I've heard all week are like from my own chat in my 3 p.m. show. I heard like twice, like Shazam 2 was fun. I'm like, okay, I like hearing that. And I like the swords too. Yeah. Normal people.
Yeah.
There was a movie back in the day that everybody, critics and people like online, were just telling, like they were saying it's like one of the worst movies ever. And my friend and I, we happened, because we were living in Japan at the time, and it didn't come out here, so we got a hold of a version of it, like through means, and we sat down and watched it. And I don't think I've ever laughed so hard in my life. I literally almost died. And it was Team America.
Yes.
Holy! Have you ever seen that, Witcher? Team America?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I've heard of it.
It is one of the funniest movies ever. Well, like the puppets with South Park guys, right?
When the guy, I know the puppet. Yes.
Yes.
Fuck yeah, that one.
That
hilarious.
movie was freaking awesome, but everybody
funny.
was saying it was horrible, and we're like, okay, this can't be the worst movie ever. Let's watch it. And we had to pause it because we were literally rolling on the floor, laughing our asses off, just couldn't breathe. And I was like, it can't just be us. We can't be the only ones who are finding this funny, because this is just gold. But it's we took the chance because we didn't listen to what everybody else was saying. So in the day, you go out there and find out for yourself.
Mighty Python. There was another movie that they did, I think, where it was like I think it was like around the time where Christ was on the earth.
Yeah, it's called The Life of Brian.
Oh my gosh!
Oh yeah,
hilarious!
You could pick up up a 3-pack of their best movies on Amazon for on Blu-ray for really affordable.
They were so funny.
They had a trio.
The conversation with them stoning the person, and they were like, "Oh, why are we doing this?" He's like, "I don't really know."
Is there a woman out there?
So funny. Yeah.
No.
What is a woman?
Have you seen this skit where he's like, "What's so funny about my name? Biggest Dickus." Name. Hilarious.
If I'm ever having a bad day, I just throw that clip on, and it's
I can top that. If I'm having a bad day, I watch Alex Jones as a Space Marine. Hilarious.
Willis Waterwick.
It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. It does not get old. It is hilarious. Now, I'm not the huge fan of Warhammer. I'm not a big fan. I'm not playing it. I'm not doing that. But the character fits him perfectly. It was like a match made in heaven. It's like they put his head inside of the Space Marine suit, and he's like, "Oh, they're turning the freaking frogs gay. I'm coming for you. I'm human. I'm full of blood. I'm ready for a battle." And you have the little figurines like this, like just mortified, like, and he's just talking to him. And his character's awesome. It's the perfect character for that. It's cherry on top. It's awesome. There's a
Gotcha.
whole bunch of those movies.
Alex Jones is a space marine.
Yes, it is
That
hilarious. Hilarious. Oh my gosh, it is so funny. So funny.
That on.
Oh, it's so funny.
It would be ironic if a space orc killed him and ate his ass,
I'm
wouldn't it?
gonna eat your ass.
Not a fan of his, you know.
Or if you had a
He's
pet frog
extra.
and turned it gay.
He's extra. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
You know.
So you're gonna be here with the Goatman here pretty soon, right there?
Yes, and Brightest Day, and
Ah.
D-Day, and everyone else that shows
Man.
up.
What? Oh, but you know what we're doing here in Osaka? Come May 3rd. I get in there on May 2nd, and May 3rd, me, Angry Canadian, and a bunch of his friends were meeting up that night. We're going to the 6 o'clock Guardians of the Galaxy 3 show.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So
fun.
we're gonna do that, and then afterwards go out for a couple of and maybe some food. Which are you coming to Osaka?
I want to. I just
I'm-
need.
I-
I just
Hit
don't
'em
know how
up.
to get there.
I've got
Take a
like
train,
these
right?
ideas of. I don't want to sound like I'm being evil or anything or scheming, but like how you and I could work together to
There's
make
nothing
both of
wrong
us
with
shine.
that at
You know what I
all.
mean?
I
You know what I
just
mean?
need help. That's the thing, because like
Yeah.
I am as jazz hands as I am. You know how jazz hammy. We're you
Yeah.
too. Jazz hands.
Right.
I'm all about entertainment and getting people to smile and laugh and get involved. But I cannot do it on my own. I literally need a battle plan from when I'm leaving my house to what train I'm taking to how long the train will be, what time of day is best to avoid too much people, when to take afternoon snack and second snack afternoon, because I'm like a hobbit and I need to eat certain times of the day. And I also need tea. So I have to bring a thermos and make sure I have my tea with me, because if I don't, I get into a little bit of a tiff. But I'm not bitchy. I'm just nervous. Imagine like is there a dwarf in the like the what is it? Sleeping Beauty? Which one is like the nervous one and the one that's I'm like that. I'm like just a little bit
Bashful?
I'm just nervous. Yeah, well, yes, a little bit, and just a tad bit anxious. And so I like to overplan. And
Anxious is the 8th dwarf that's going to be in the next reboot.
The 8th dwarf, yeah.
The 8th dwarf. It's going to be Snow White and her 7 neuroses is going to be the next one.
Yeah.
Hey, G, the deep minded. Sorry to hear about your husband. I saw on Twitter that he'd hurt his back.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. To a quick recovery.
A lot of ice and a lot of, baths help. The cold bath.
Genki?
And what?
Genki?
Genki means cheerful. Do you know what I used to do whenever I was feeling like the body was like feeling a little run down? I used to go into the onsen, and they have they would have like in the bathhouses they would have an electric bath. So you go in there and it has like electric shocks that go through currents that go through the bath, and you just put your back up against it, and it would just like just really go at your muscles and really stimulate them. And
that
so it's got
wonderful.
it's got like the hot spring water mixed with this electric currents. Insane. Yeah.
Oh
Crazy
gosh.
stuff. I guess I should probably start getting to drawing. It's already almost an hour. I can't believe this.
Yep.
Every time. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Chat here. Oh, Bandito. Oh, there we are. Hello.
Hey.
Bandito,
Sorry, just
hello.
noticed that.
Morning.
Look at that.
Hello.
Hey, what's up,
Morning.
Bandito? How you
Hello,
doing?
Bandito.
What I don't know what the word is for good morning and
Ohio.
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 Like the state, Ohio.
Ohio gozaimasu.
The river.
Yeah. Or you just go.
Onigaishimasu.
Yeah, I got a little bit of Boston today.
Wicked pizza, kid. What kind of donut you get with that? Is that a large regular? You know what a large regular is? Don't put sugar in my coffee. I got 3 Splendors. All right.
Well, that's what I say in Brooklyn. Coffee.
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 Are you a
Brooklyn
Yankees
thing.
fan or something there, Chief?
No, my husband, he's
Hal?
lived in Brooklyn his entire life.
Sizzle
so
chest?
He's very,
Snap
very,
ahead? Shower breath?
Brooklyn.
Sorry.
Very Brooklyn indeed.
Bobby,
Okay.
what the hell are you talking about?
Propane.
Oh, Bobby. Oh.
So,
Propane.
so what did I miss? So what have I missed so far?
Everything.
Well, first the dinosaurs came, and then they became too fat and lazy and became oil.
Yeah.
And then the Arabs came, and they started driving Mercedes Benzes. And then Prince Charles started wearing lady guys clothes. And then that's from Airplane 2, the sequel.
Oh my gosh.
So
That's funny.
have you talked about Victoria Alonso being Kenzo?
Oh, is that your girlfriend? Sorry
One of
about
them.
your girlfriend there, man.
One of them.
Bandito, have you lost some weight? You look thinner.
Yeah, actually, I've been losing weight, and
There
I
we
have been
go.
gaining it back.
It
Wow,
happens.
sorry
It's
about
just-
Probably water.
It's an up and
It's
down thing.
It's a thing that happens to me during winter. I lose the weight during the summer, but then I gain it back during the winter.
We're hibernating. We got to put on that weight, you know?
I don't know
Mhm.
why. I've been the exact same pant size for like the majority of my life, and my mom's the exact same way too. We both wear the same pants.
That's
Like I
cool.
have a lot of
Borrow
her
each other's
clothes. It's actually
clothes.
her shirt. This is her shirt.
Oh,
It's
Mom,
so
that's such
weird.
a cute top. I'm stealing this from
I
you.
know,
I
it's
grew
so
up with
cute.
women.
Me and
That's
her-
how you are.
We have a thing. It's called. I forgot. There's a sensory issue. You know, like a skin disorder where it's like it's a mental thing where you can't stand certain
Yeah.
fabrics. Like you
Mm.
can't stand.
Yeah.
Son has that.
I saw
I'm
that
that
episode of
way.
Brady
Yeah.
Bunch. Yeah.
I'm
I can-
very sensitive to
Same here.
fabric, and this is a microfiber kind of soft. And it's not microfiber, but it's like a soft, stretchy material. And I also can't stand anything around my neck. It just makes
Oh.
me
Same here.
very upset.
Completely.
Okay, who saw John Wick?
Not into it.
I'm going to see it at 3:00 today. So
Yeah.
don't
What is it about
spoil
this?
anything.
I
Bandito.
have not seen it. I am waiting. To
It doesn't
see
come out in
next
Japan
week.
until
I haven't seen
September.
any of them.
Oh,
I'm
then you're
horrible.
spoiled. You're effed on spoilers then, huh?
Yeah. Well, I'm
Dude.
basically have to go the high seas for mine.
Yeah.
I have to do that because there's so many movies that just don't come out here until.
Mhm.
But they've got like what is it? Is it like Dungeons and Dragons is coming out on the
Yeah,
release
on
date?
our month.
31st. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dungeons Dragons. Come on, John
Pe-
Wick.
People
Yeah.
Why not?
people are. I saw this on Clownfish. They're saying that it might bomb harder than Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Oh, you Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I mean,
yeah. I mean, one of the writers did say that he loves emasculating the male characters.
Yes.
yeah, you just don't go out and say that. Like
So
10 ways
did-
to ruin a movie.
Yeah. You want to ruin it? This is the guidelines to
Yeah.
do so.
Here we go. Step
I have a
one.
question.
I have an answer.
I have a legitimate question. Something happened to me 2 days
Uh-oh.
ago, and I'm not bent out
Uh-oh.
of shape about it. I'm just generally curious. Is
Okay.
flashing a normal thing in Japan?
Is
What?
what?
Flashing?
Flashing.
It depends on what time of the day it is and where you're at.
A park.
Okay, so what
Oh.
happens with the park is that's one of the places in Japan where basically anybody can go in. I've been flashed before myself, but it was by like basically kind of like a homeless, very drunk guy. So
Mhm.
it's happened. Okay, I'll let you tell your story first, and I'll tell you mine. But if you want to,
It's pretty funny.
can-
I'm
we
not
can
bothered
share.
by it at all. It is what it is. But like,
yeah.
it's interesting because there's an early view. Oh, cool.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, did he have any excuse to be showing you his junk, like a magnificent girth or something? You know,
Yeah,
something that would
like-
make you run
I
screaming.
wouldn't mind, and this I'm not being mean, but like, you know, if it's nice, then I'll be like, okay, didn't want to see that, but at least it's
You never do. I mean, seriously, there was this
What do
kid.
you think? They're
He was this
very-
kid in high school. He was from South Boston, and he was one
Yeah.
of the seniors. And he had such a large member that he whipped it out and he would chase the underclassmen around with it. And he
okay.
called it
But nobody
Hogatha.
wants
And
that.
it was just the weirdest shit too. I think he was
And it was-
Polish and he
It
wasn't
was so
circumcised.
weird. It's so weird. And, no, and the thing is, like I'm a very modest person. I believe in having a low body count. I think that's a very attractive thing to have.
Uh-huh.
Like, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of how low my body count is. You know,
Okay.
for my age. You know, and
I
I
don't
think
feel
I'm very
that way.
happy with it. And you know, those are the only ones I've ever seen. So
Ah,
I have an outcast
So-
quote, but
I've never seen one like that before, and I really didn't know what to think of it. And I had to make eye contact with him because I don't think he realized how aware I was of the situation.
Did you ask him
And
to show again, or you're like, "Excuse
I
me,
kind of
just for
I wanted
purposes"?
to ask. Oh, I caught my camera mid tilt. That was some ninja skills. Did y'all see that? I
Yeah.
caught my camera the minute it started moving. I am so talented. I
It's your
will
When you're on a
bracelet.
stream with the ninja, it's
Yeah.
rubbing
my
off on you.
gosh.
A couple
I
of
caught that
Jedi
exactly at the right moment. I am so talented.
and a
I will-
Warhammer pilot.
I'm a
whatever
bit.
I literally saw it moving. I was like, "Whatcha?" Oh my gosh. But basically, he had come over to me. I was having a picnic and enjoying the sakura blossoms as they're still out before they all fall off, you know.
Yep.
And me and my spouse were just having a great time. We're just, we're sharing grapes. We were drinking, beverages. It was a great date. I had a great time with him. And this guy comes over, translating on his phone. Excuse me. Yeah. He tries to mumble some stuff to me. So he's like, I need toilet paper. I'm like, okay, then go get toilet paper. I don't understand. Like, why would you come over and tell me that? He's like, oh, but I need it because I'm not in the men's restroom. I'm like, okay, why? He's like, oh, for my friend. I'm like, okay, so you need me to go into the girls' restroom, get you toilet paper because I'm a female and I can go in the girls' restroom and give it to you. He's like, hi, because I translated it to this one.
Right.
And so I'm like, okay, so your friend's in the bathroom. He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, so he needs it. Okay, yes, understood. So I go and stop my romantic picnic just for this person because I felt bad. And I go over to the restroom, I get the toilet paper, I hand it over to him, and he was wearing pants before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And in one quick swoop, he had no pants.
Huh.
He had no pants.
That's some skills.
Yeah.
And
I need to get
yeah. And like, it's funny because he's in a public place, and I would think that he would be worried about being half nude in a public place like that, because with those bodysuits, when you unzip it, it zips like from the leg up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the entire lower part is like exposed.
Yeah.
And I was so polite about it, and I wish I wasn't now, but I was like, I didn't really know how to react. So it's just I was just like, hey, sir, I hope you have a great day. Here's your toilet paper. Literally made complete eye contact and was so polite and says, I hope you have a great day. Sorry about the mishap with your toilet paper issue. Here you go. And I just was so polite and so nice to him. He's like, he looks so like
maybe he was
nervous.
expecting some other reaction.
Yeah, and I was just like, I hope you have a
What is that?
fantastic day. That was fun.
Is that-
it's my phone.
Is that some
Okay, I
Is that a reaction to the?
No, it's orcs. It's basically
Okay.
the orc battle cry.
Please. Okay, I was like legitimately, I thought that was in my house. I was like, please tell me that's not a ghost. Oh my gosh, that scared the shit out of me.
No, it's my notification. It's my notification sound.
Yeah. But like, just long story short, I basically like quickly walked away from the situation, and my husband's like standing at the end of the little path in this beautiful park, and he's just like, what's up? I'm like, I don't want to eat anything. He's like, I don't understand. It's like, we were eating grapes, right? And I was like, I don't want any grapes. I just don't want to even see them right now. And he's like, I don't understand. Or anything with that shape. And he's like, I don't understand. It's like, I just saw a man's penis. And he's like, I don't understand. What are you talking about? Was he harassing you? I'm like, Adam, I don't even want to talk about it. I just want to move on from this and just go home. He's like, what did it look like? That's the first thing. He's like, what did it look like? Because he's a firefighter. He sees naked men on a daily basis. I mean, let's be completely real. I mean, with EMS, I mean, you see nude people all the time. You got to take their clothes off because of emergencies. Or like one guy had to get his pants ripped off and he had a head concussion. So he has like because he has a head concussion. That's what happens when you get any kind of like injury. It does that for whatever reason. So he's totally used to it. And he's like, well, how bad was it? I'm like, I don't know how to medically describe what I just saw. And I'm an artist. And it's really hard for me to describe to you how bizarre that was.
And please don't draw it.
No,
no,
that's the first thing he said. When I told him it's so hard to describe how bad it was, he was like, oh God, please don't draw it. That was the first thing he says, like, please. I'm like, was it that bad? I'm like, honey, I do not discriminate. I think size is no problem. I think nothing's a problem. Everything goes. Everything's great. Men are made beautifully in whatever image they're made in, okay? I'm not
Thank you.
dishing on anything. And I think it's
You
wrong
are
when people say otherwise.
beautiful in
No
every
matter what
single
you say.
way.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the
Love
same thing with women. If you have an A
can't
cup, if you have a B cup, if you got 2 different sizes, there's nothing wrong with that. You come as you are.
So
But
don't you
this
bring me
was
down today.
this is not it.
As you are.
That song goes for everyone but this person. God bless
Oh my
them.
goodness!
Oh no!
It did not look like it belonged to a human.
Wow.
It did not look normal.
Okay.
Maybe that's why I was trying to show everybody. It's like I have a problem.
Maybe you should be telling you go to a doctor.
It wasn't growing in the right place.
What?
It wasn't even in the right place. It was like
Maybe it was a forest spirit and you mistook it as a person.
Exactly.
like,
Exactly.
right?
It could have been.
It was
could've
so
been.
bizarre. And like I don't know, I've just never had that experience before.
Or maybe.
But now,
Oh no!
Now you don't have to ever again.
What about you, James?
Mine. All right. So this is back when I lived in Miyazaki, which is a bigger city than where I'm at right now.
mm-hmm.
And my friend and I, sometimes he watches the show. So if you're out there, you'll know what I'm talking about. We had just got back from watching. I think we went out to watch like one of the Batman movies when they came out, the Christopher Nolan ones.
Oh.
And we were talking about it on the way home and everything. And then all of a sudden, when we're about ready to get to the to our apartment, the place we both lived like the same apartment place, we saw a guy laying on the road, basically the side of the road, like completely passed out, like he was basically, he's in the street. So, and it's dark out, it's at nighttime. So we're like, oh, we gotta help this guy. Cause if he gets hit, the person who hits them, they're going to feel horrible.
Yeah.
So we got there, walk over to him, and he doesn't, just from the look of it, you could tell that something's a bit off, but we weren't for sure, but we tried to wake the guy up. He just wouldn't wake up. And we're like, hey, sir, you're kind of in a dangerous place here. Yeah, you need to get off the road here, otherwise you're gonna get hit, you're gonna get hurt. And finally, we kind of lifted him up off of the street, put him up on the sidewalk, and he kind of came to. And we're like, hey, where do you live? Do you live near here? And he was just speaking in really, 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 like, drunk Japanese. So I was like, okay, I don't really understand what you're saying, but hey, do you live close to here? And he's like, I live in the temple. We're like, okay, you live in the temple. So which temple is it? And he's like, and we couldn't really understand him or anything. And then finally he basically laid down in the street again. We're like, oh, no, this isn't good. So there was a taxi that came by at that time. And we got the guy to stand up again and kind of sober up somewhat. And he was starting to speak to us a little bit more coherently. And we got a couple of some information from him. We're like, hey, look, we don't want you to get into any kind of trouble here. We don't want you to get hurt or anything. So you just hop in the taxi, and we gave the taxi driver, we said, we'll give the taxi driver some money because the guy didn't have any money. We'll get you home, get you back safe. And he looks at us. He's like, you from America? And we're like, yeah, we're from America. And he's like, really? And then he just whips out his dick and starts jerking it off. Okay, bye-bye. We're out. Boom.
Are you kidding me?
No, he just
that's
whipped it
so
out. Just
bizarre. I mean, that's normal
like,
in New York, though. I mean, I haven't physically seen or made eye contact with anyone's wang that I wasn't in a relationship with.
Yeah.
In New York, I was so good at evading it. I was so lucky because, like, incoming.
Bizarro Dongan Park, which
Yeah. Because, like, in New York, I remember my husband just being like, hey, don't look to the right. I'm like, what? And he was like this, don't look to the right. And there was a dude just jerking off on the freaking street, like just whatever. And that happened all the time in New York, all the time, all the freaking time.
York.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. And then taking a shit too. People just like taking a shit in the middle of the road.
Oh, dude,
that was very common.
I could not handle seeing that.
Yeah,
that happened. I did see that, but luckily it was the back and not. In my opinion, I'd rather have seen the back than the front because I don't know. I don't want to see any more wang than I have to. But it was. I did not eat for the rest of the day.
That reminds me of that Always Sunny episode where the gang where the gang becomes vigilantes.
Dude, Always Sunny in Philadelphia is hilarious. I could not watch it though because it's too real. It's too real. It's too much like what I experienced, so I cannot watch it. I like lighthearted and fun things. I don't want to watch things that remind me of what my life was like back in New York.
I like the Guild You ever watch The Guild?
Mm-mm.
It's it was a web series about a dozen years ago by Felicia Day, who is like one of these sci-fi staple actresses, and
Yeah.
it's really funny. It's about 5 friends who know each other for years online and have never seen each other in real life, and then circumstances and happenstance that they all meet up in real life, and they're actually an RPG guild, and now they have to deal with each other as real life friends, and it's 5 mini seasons. It's really good and it's really cute and it's really fun. And
I
it's
like stuff like that.
it's geeky and it's authentic. It was made by authentic geeks. About 10-15 years ago. And it's really fun. And I would
Life is dark enough as it is, and like although I love Elden Ring and I love Mortal Coil, I love all that stuff. Dark Side, all that stuff. I like dark video games. It's just that like there's so much messed up shit already that I really do like to indulge myself in fantasy, and I love to indulge myself in art and things that are happy and pretty and smell nice. Like and it could be like, oh, you're just trying to evade the inevitable. I don't know. I like to like I wish I could show my house off. I'm not being pompous when I say that. I'm very lucky. I'm very blessed. But when people come over, they say it's like it's really relaxing and therapeutic because the whole house is just completely nerd themed from top to bottom. Every part of the house.
I dropped the link to the guild in the chat. It's all on their YouTube page.
Oh, I would love to do that.
You can catch up there. It's like this is really, it's really geeky, and you'll feel the geek love. I'm not a fan of his anymore, but I used to be a big fan of Will Wheaton and his old blog back in the early 21st century, and before he got TDS and jumped the shark. Will Wheaton's really fun in this, and so he's in there, and it shows about cosplay life and about con life and about gaming life, and it's really just it's cute and fun, and it's a good sitcom, and it was independently made, kind of like James's comic book Anti-Steam Junk Western episode number 0. Have you checked that out recently?
Speaking of which, we had the exhibition for that. I was at a group exhibition, and there was everybody else did abstract art or a lot of modern art kind of stuff, and then they got me a whole part of the museum dedicated to just my comic. So I had 56 of the colored pictures up, including.
That's awesome.
Did I put it up on Twitter?
On Instagram.
Yeah, I put it up on Instagram. It was really cool.
Also put it up on YouTube too.
Yeah, a lot of people have never seen a comic book before, and so I'm trying. My whole thing is I'm trying to bridge the gap. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was really, really interested in it. Had a lot of questions to ask, and we're really they want to see more of it. So hey, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. Blue, this is a picture of Psylocke that I did.
Yeah, not Captain Britain.
Yeah, there you
go. I got something. Oh, wow, that's great.
Yeah, so this is a close up. She's got her little thing right there. I like this area, to be honest. This is my favorite part right here. I don't know why.
It looks great.
So stupid. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's the rule of the triangle. I really do. The rule of the triangle in painting is supreme. If you have a triangle shape, or if even when you're doing comic books and you're doing the setup on which part goes where, having things come to a triangular shape, it just draws the eye.
I did that. I did that the other day with the. I didn't do this on YouTube, but I did it on. Where did I put it? The Twitch stream. Where have I put that picture at? Oh, that's weird.
Speaking about comics,
go ahead.
Don't know if you could see this right, but the holographic foil cover of Cyberfrog 2 Wreck-It Planet.
Oh, you got it.
Nice.
Yeah, with the cover by Jay Lee.
I got
that's
awesome.
Cool.
I got the Jay Lee cover as an FU to Tom King.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
whoops, here, let me
but
throw
I'm
you up there
second
again.
chance, so I'm waiting. But I don't care.
Tom King was such a dick to Jay Lee.
Yeah, totally.
E-
Speaking
especially-
of
especially
foil
when-
covers, look at this. Behold, I got
What?
this for $12.
Oh, look
Oh,
at
This
that
is
Wildcats.
Wildcats number 2.
Yeah,
and it's
Look at
by
this
Jim
whole
Lee.
foil cover.
Yeah.
Look at this Jim. I got it strictly for
So
the
cool,
Jim Lee
isn't it?
cover art. I got it for
Yeah.
$12.
nuts.
Look at
Cheap
this
as chips.
cover. This is wonderful, man. And just I
Yeah.
opened it up and it was just like, oh, beautiful
Yeah.
cardstock cover, and then like this beautiful Jim Lee art.
Mm.
Oh, look at Void, just like warping in. I
Yeah.
love that.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
Wildcats
beautiful.
are so cool.
Is
man.
that like a
Yeah.
metal sheen? Is that what the body? It's metal. The
Void?
bodysuit?
Kind of. Void is
Void-
like,
basically a living computer.
Okay,
That's-
so like
that's
a
what- yeah,
like a cyborg kind of
yeah.
effect. That is
Yeah.
so. I'm so fascinated by that glossy metal sheen.
Mhm.
Hey,
I'm
that's
still
all you got to
learning.
put on stuff.
and that's
That's
a
all you gotta
30-year-old
put on stuff,
that's a
man. Yeah.
30-year-old publication. That's a
Mhm.
30-year-old floppy, and it's kept it's kept its condition, which is great.
great.
Because like sometimes these will get sun damaged very easily.
Mm.
These will get light damaged very easily, and they lose their luster, that visual
Yeah.
luster. And this hasn't.
That's
And
awesome.
I got this strictly for the Jim Lee cover, and then I opened her up and I was like, oh, God bless you. This is one of the beautiful 90s comic book, those
Yeah.
early 90s. This is this is it, man.
I'm thinking about getting the new Conan by Chuck Dixon.
Oh yeah,
Sure.
definitely.
Yeah, he's my
Yeah.
favorite comic book writer. He's one
Yes.
of my favorite comic book writer. He
Mhm.
created one of my favorite Batman villains of all time.
Bane?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I love.
Is that
I've
because
never
he's
seen that
Latino?
movie.
No,
but-
well,
Mhm.
no. It's because
Do you see
Bane-
yourself in Bane?
No,
Like, are you
no.
feel represented?
No. Hey, if you ask a Latino if they're from another country, they'll get mad at you. If you say, "Hey, are you Mexican?" No, I'm from El Salvador. Why do you
Right.
think I'm Mexican? And hell, I don't care if Bane is from Chile or from El Salvador or anything.
Mhm.
I just like the way he is. He looks like he's like the Conan of the DC universe. He looks like a big bruising brute, but he's also smart.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now isn't
Yes, that's a wonderful character building when they're smart and they're
Mhm.
strong. That is
Yeah.
that character is amazing. I could not agree with you
He's
more.
an expert tactician. He knows how to speak several different languages. His first introduction was he knew that he couldn't take on Batman in a head-to-head battle,
right.
so he released every prisoner in Arkham and had him run a gauntlet for 3 nights. He figured out who Batman was,
Mhm.
and then he jumped him when he
At his
came
weakest,
back.
man.
Yeah.
Dirty deeds done dirt cheap, man. Because my follow-up question, Juan, was this: because what did you feel, or did you have any feelings about Tom Hardy's adaptation and direction of Bane, making him more of like a very kind of dare I say British in flavor versus being Latino? I know he's Caribbean, but
I didn't really much care. I mean, every time I see Bane, whoever plays Bane would always have like this. Would always ham up the fact that he's Latino, and they would
Mrs. Flu.
bye
Sorry.
Mrs. Flu.
Bye, Mrs. Flu. Sorry to interrupt you there.
And they would always
LLAP.
ham up the fact that with a cheesy accent. But when Tom Hardy did it, he was like what I would expect Bane to be. He was smart, calculating, and he was a tough son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
liked
introduced
it.
to Bane when I was in New York for the first time because I'm not really as big into Batman, but I was introduced to it in New York by the most funny memes. My spouse, we were watching some stuff, and I had been doing laundry, and he thought it'd be funny if he would put my underwear around his face, and it made the perfect Bane mask because it was like one of those
Oh.
it's like a whale tail thong. So he had it going up this way, and it was like wrapped around his face. He was like, so you think you can defeat me? And I'm like, what is that? It's like, I'm Bane. I'm like, who the hell is that? It's like, you don't know who that is? I'm like, I have no freaking idea. So he opened up this whole gateway of like, this is what this is. This is the Batman movie. This is all this. How do you not know this? This is like New York 101. Like, you can't not know like the basic bad guy, good guy. That all was shot here. All of it was shot here, you know?
Oh.
And so I thought that was kind of cool. You know, I didn't realize how many movies were shot in that area too. Like just where we live, there were so many movies that were shot in that location. You know, but I thought it was cool. You know, there's a lot of things I'm learning.
Did you make it to Batman the Animated Series, the famous Fox one?
No.
Oh, that's classic.
Then you have something to look forward to.
Yeah.
I did watch one episode on it was by Comic Dan, I think. Mm-hmm. But he makes like little videos of him basically reading off the comic, but in cool voices.
Mm.
And he was doing a Batman where Joker was like multiplying himself. Like there was like hundreds of Jokers that he was making through like laughing gas. I forgot what comic that is.
Was it the Three Jokers?
It might be that one because it was a simple name when he titled it. I remember it was something memorable and simple, but it wasn't bad. He was Batwoman throughout the comic, and you know I enjoyed it. It's just for me, I just really like sword and sorcery so much more. It's just I hate how real sometimes it can be, and I really like things that are more like heavy fantasy, like really heavy fantasy. But it was good. Now I know who Bane is.
Oh, Eric.
Now I must break you. Yes. Is that Cecil or is that Bane?
Good
one.
Yes. Jay the Deep Minded just said she got a classic Silver Surfer World Without End poster this week.
That's nice.
That's cool.
I would get a poster, but like I have movie posters in frames in my living room, and I would get a Silver Surfer poster, something like that. But then I have a movie reference, and I'm reminded of Reservoir Dogs, and I'm reminded of the cop and his flat, and like he has like rooms like ours, like full of like all these tchotchkes and memories, and it's just it's bittersweet because we know what befalls him, and but this like curation of stuff behind him. But my eye is always drawn to that Silver Surfer poster in his room, so it's a little bittersweet.
Yeah, I'm a big poster person myself. I have a really nice Frank Frazetta poster that's like 39 inches by some ridiculous amount, and it's like my pride of my home. I'm so happy with it. But the thing is, it's so hard to find posters because no one really buys posters anymore.
Oh man,
so
I love going to the shows and finding posters. Oh, that's Andrew Wyeth.
This is this has been this is the poster in my room. It's just it's not even a poster. It's just a reproduction in a frame. This thing's like 50 years old. But I like busting that out.
That's nice.
There's art.
There's at the exhibition that we had, Eric, Sully, there was a guy, one of the artists. Hey, what's up there, Low Spec, Ohio? He did little miniature models of all these houses and things. And one of his miniatures was dedicated to all of the houses that were in Andrew Wyeth's paintings.
Oh,
so
cool.
All of those. So he made like it was like dedication to Andrew Wyeth and like number 1, number 2, number 3 houses that are kind of like iconical from his paintings. I thought you would have gotten a kick out of that.
Nice.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, some news from the Warhammer front. I'm pretty sure Miss Jay would like to hear this. There was announcements today, this Wednesday. One, and there were very good announcements. One is the latest edition with Kill Team, with Kill Team, new models and an expansion of Kill Team. two new factions, which are the Leagues of Voltan, which are Space Dwarves, and the Beastmen.
Ah, yes, Beastmen. I love Beastmen. I'm happy to hear that. I can never get enough of those guys. They're awesome.
Yeah, and also the final volume of Arcs of Omen is going to be released this spring, and it is the return of a long sleeping Primarch, Lionel Johnson. So basically, he's one of the ultimate good guys, and basically a demigod, but better than a space marine. And finally, they announced the trailer. They released the trailer for the. They released Games Workshop just released a trailer for 10th edition of Warhammer 40K, and basically the story of it is going to be that after like the war with the Arts of Omen, the galaxy is still reeling, and the bulk of the lion of the like the bulk of the Tyranid Leviathan fleet, it has come to the Milky Way galaxy, and the Tyranids are and that what they and earlier in the 9th edition, they were able to stop the Tyranids, or I think it was 8th edition that they were able to stop the humanity, and the Eldar with the Necrons were able to stop the Tyranids, but the Tyranids that was just the expedition fleet. Now they have to deal with the entire vanguard of the Tyranid Leviathan fleet. And the Tyranids are like the xenomorphs of aliens. They go out and they infest, or those. It just looks so awesome, especially the announcement trailer.
It's one of those expansions where it's like, well, companies where you can just expand on it, and it's. I really hope that. I really want to see an actual physical show. I think there's so much content, there's so much potential storyline,
Yeah.
And I really hope it goes well.
Yeah, but here's
on
one.
Netflix.
It's Amazon actually, but here's
my bad.
I heard this from Arch. Arch had a video earlier this week that things don't seem to be going well with Amazon and Games Workshop. Like, Games Workshop is basically bending themselves backwards to try to meet Amazon's needs, but then Games Workshop also went around, or going around and striking people who are selling Warhammer merchandise, and some of them are either scalpers or people who are just selling their old armies, and those ones I feel sad for, because they're just trying to get rid of their armies, and Warhammer and Games Workshop thinks that they're trying to pull one over on them.
That makes no sense, because what is it like? You can't sell what you bought.
Yeah,
it's almost like limited edition. I'm serious. Furniture even is a limited edition thing. Sometimes you get like one piece of furniture that's only the one in the world that's made that way. If you want to resell it, what are they gonna do? Like charge you for selling something that you paid for? It's absurd, And now with everything being on 3D print, you can just 3D print stuff. And what are they gonna do about it? You know what I mean? Like, I literally just 3D printed some stuff today. So it's ridiculous.
And then there's these people who sell knockoff Warhammer stuff, and the project is progressing fine as expected. Well, Arch is talking some BS. No,
Mhm.
okay, Jay. Okay, Jay. I'll take your word for it.
I have very
Because
little faith in on Amazon in
yeah,
terms of good shows, and that's
especially
something like, yeah,
right now they need a win. They had a win with The Boys. They had a win with Invincible.
I've never seen that. I don't know
But
much about it.
but with $5 billion that they spent on Rings of Power and
Mm.
the low ratings, the fact that people are just saying that it is just terrible, they
Mhm.
really need a win. And I hope that with the writing staff and the creative staff that they get for Warhammer, they
Mhm.
actually get fans who are into, who will not try and change the lore to fit Amazon's political needs, because when you take everything out of Warhammer, it's not Warhammer. It's
Yeah.
something. It's a bastardized version. It'll be like another Rings of Power or Halo TV series or Star Trek Discovery.
I think that's why I've gotten back into comics, and I haven't touched comics in a while, just because, life, it's hard to move them around and stuff. But I've been, and you can read them on Kindle. That's what I love about Kindle, is I read half of the stuff on Kindle for, you still pay for it, but it's convenient.
Right.
I think I've just been sorting towards that just to kind of help the itch. And it also helps in a creative standpoint to be able to read and see pictures of what's happening. It kind of helps you, be able to tell a story in your drawings and your art and stuff. I think it really does stimulate that, like, kind of like hunger that I have for something tangible and the art telling a story, because even
Yep.
with production, watching movies, sometimes you get sucked into it. It's hard to kind of
Mm.
grasp it. But when you read something, you have time to perceive, read the text, and look at the picture. Because majority of comics is the picture,
Mm.
But
Totally.
I'm really getting into it, and it's something that, like, I was really, really big into for the majority of my life, and for whatever reason, I just got out of it because of just lack of comic book stores, and just kind of getting disconnected with stuff that I really like for whatever
Yeah.
reason. And now that I have, like, I'm so disappointed, that I'm like, oh shit, I should go back to reading comics, and I'm really, really pleased with it. I really am.
Yeah.
It's something I enjoy, especially right before bed. I've been reading comics on my Kindle, like, right before bed. And it's just, it's really nice. That and reading some of the old Dragonlance.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
really been enjoying that. It is a little hard to follow sometimes, especially how they go between character to character. But it's nice because they speak so differently. It's easy to pinpoint who's who.
Right.
But it's been really enjoyable. And on top of that, I'm also listening to Conan on Audible, so I'm just really kind of oversaturating my mind. Hello.
Yeah.
Are you really a
I'm
Conan
back.
fan?
I know.
I'm
That was
not.
so weird that I got quizzed on the spot like that. And the guy was like, yeah, well, what's your favorite this? And what about this book? What about that book? It's like, dude, I just schooled you. I just gave you all the information you wanted. Like, what do you want from me? What do you want?
Hey, Ryan Roger.
Hey, what's up there, Ryan Roger? How you doing? Good to see you, bud.
Up in the morning to you there, matey. Katie with you.
Oh.
We're doing Batman today or Black Panther?
We are Batman. Yeah.
Okay.
You're doing that Aussie accent reminds me one of the Warhammer guys that I watch, called Major Kill. He was predicting that the Lion would be the next Primarch to be reintroduced into Warhammer. And he said, and he made a bet with everyone on his stream, everyone on his channel. He said in one video, if the Lion doesn't come back, if the Lion comes back, I will do a stream naked. But if the Lion doesn't come back, I will castrate myself with a blunt instrument.
Jeez.
Wow,
And
that's dedication.
yeah, and he was so convinced.
People in their hyperbole. Ugh.
He said that he would. And the thing is that he actually did it make he actually on Thursday he actually went out and he's like, good day guys and gal, during his introduction, and then he's like, well, what could I say, but I called it.
It's easy for a guy to go on stream naked because you really can't.
Get
I
too much
mean,
glare.
Yeah,
bottom down, you don't see much.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
well, he was
Lara Croft. Anyone?
he was able to he was able to pull off the stream naked because he's one of those built guys, not like a flabby nerd like I am.
Dude, there's nothing wrong with fluff. I'm very like adamant for fluff. I'm all about the fluff. I'm actually discouraged. My spouse lost like a lot of weight, and then he's getting it back, which I kind of like.
Yeah,
but
I
think there's a lot. I think the thing is like lifestyle. I mean, being fit is obviously good for a healthy lifestyle. That's period, end of story. But then again, like I'm a size 4, 2 in certain tops and certain stuff, and like I don't work out. I just go on walks.
James, look up real quick.
What's up?
That's
Oh,
really
hey,
nice.
cool. What's
Yeah.
that? Hey,
That's his
there.
Batman 618 art by
Yeah.
Jim Lee. I got this for $17 the other day, and just
Wow.
because I
Nice
wanted the
pickup.
cover.
Steal.
This
What a
is
steal! Still,
wonderful.
That's
Just wanted,
so
since you're
beautiful.
doing Batman, the Batman.
Yeah. I feel like I'm not doing this drawing justice at all. I'm looking at like 4 different reference photos, and my brain is all over the place tonight. I need to just
I'm
kind
not
of
drawing well myself. I mean, not well. That's not the right word. But I'm working on like an elven Red Sonja, like a Red Sonja but elvish.
Yep.
And I'm just really not happy with the face at all.
I think both of us were saying that we're a bit, tired today, and that'll affect you.
Yeah, I'm trying to do like a bust, like like those busts. That's how I start characters. Is I do a bust of them, like just because it's easy, it's comprehensive. You can just look at it and kind of get what's going on. But I'm just really not happy with how I'm getting the face in there. It's too elvish. It's too elvish and it's too dainty.
I hear you.
And it's hard for me to draw elven faces that aren't dainty and soft.
I hear you.
So it's like I'm trying to make it as Red Sonja as possible. It's hard.
May the spirit of Jim Aparo guide you. Oh,
it's
James
Merman.
Harris.
Merman.
What I think I'm just gonna what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna work from reference. I'm just gonna work from my head. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna do that.
Brian Adams said straight from the heart, man.
Because I don't have a reference. I'm the opposite right now. I'm having a hard time because I don't have a reference. My brain's just not as creative tonight. I mean, it's petite and it's pretty, but it's not. You know what I mean?
I got you. Well, there was an original image that I had in my head, and I decided to do something different right now. I was like, no, just go with what you had from the beginning, and then just.
Coming out? Oh, I got to get my tea up now.
All I ever know, you're all that I know, coming straight from the heart. Give it to me. Oh yeah. Straight from the heart. There you go. Straight from the heart, James.
In that nice pour.
That was a good one.
Thanks, man.
That was a good pour.
I'm just gonna start throwing. I'm gonna start throwing on oil paint today and just see what happens. I don't that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not even gonna.
I bought a Jim Aparo penciled Brave and the Bold from 1978. I'm just amazed in this hindsight that all the characters came from the Bible. They had a style guide in the 70s. That was Luis Garcia Lopez. That was just, it was so you had this unified look of Batman over the animated stuff and Super Friends, and at the New Adventures of Batman and Robin was a different cartoon over on CBS on Saturday mornings that competed with Super Friends. That you have Batman, Detective Comics, Brave and the Bold, Justice League of America. That Batman, Superman, and Aquaman, they always looked the same. consistent through all of these products, through all the media, like over for about a decade or more. And it just was like wonderful that the yellow oval, the consistency in the 70s and in the Bronze Age of how iconic these characters just looked and consistent. Now you have a Batman, he changes his costume, like, you know, like so many times. I mean, there's just like there's no consistency behind his look. And I like what, like, say, like Greg Capullo made a really nice design of 2 Batman costumes, the New 52 version and the Rebirth version. And like the Rebirth version had this cool purple underlayer to his cape that was just evocative of his purple gloves in Batman #1 or Detective 27, you know. But I mean, nothing comes close to that. Like this iconic Batman look, the yellow belt, the briefs, you know what I mean? The blue on gray, you know, the yellow oval. Just
you see that was my whole idea for tonight. Is I wanted to kind of do like some bluish grayish stuff. So I'm starting off with this. I put on like a gesso on an MDF board, but the gesso that I chose tonight was this raw umber.
Okay.
A raw umber one. And so I'm working with blues and grays on top of it. I'm going to really keep this very simple, like only blue, gray, white, basically. So
nice.
Kind of well, and yellow for his
oval.
Yeah.
And you did a Batman recently, probably about 9 weeks ago or so.
Did I? Oh yeah, like those little MDF, those small ones. Yeah. Well, they sell pretty well. The
Batman ones. I mean, go with what you go with.
Batman and Joker sell very well. So,
dude, I fucking make French fries all day. Why? Because they fucking sell like hotcakes.
Dude, and it's fun to draw them as well. You know.
Yeah,
it's fun stuff.
I wanted to add to what you were saying about the consistency of the character, like kind of having that identification. Larry Elmore, which is one of my favorite artists. Well, Jinja Ninja also is one of my favorite artists. No shade on Ninja. I love your art so much. But Larry Elmore is one of the people who really influenced me with that really bright, colorful fantasy, but also being able to use like natural scenes and make it look like you can touch it and feel it. And he made what's her name? I think her name's Whisperwind, or what is it? Or is it the female character that's in Dragonlance?
I know who you're talking about.
She's a healer, and I know it's right there. It's literally right there. Whisperwind. It is. I think it is.
That's Is she in? Because I'm reading it right now. Well, I was reading it. I'm going back and forth with them. Is she in Autumn with Dragons?
Yes, she is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And she's with like her brother or somebody, or is it her husband?
See that? I thought it was her brother. But
I thought it was her husband.
Her name is Whisper.
Okay, Whisper. Okay.
Whisper. Okay, because like I thought that they were related, but then you keep reading because the way that they talk to each other, it's almost because they're from a different culture.
Yeah,
so
they're from different culture.
Different from the other people in the book. So at first they assumed that they were siblings.
Right.
But then later on, after the chapter 3, it's very clear that the reason why they're banished from their tribe is because they're different ranks and they fell in love.
Right. Okay.
It's like a blasphemous thing with a princess. You can't be with someone that isn't royal as well, or in that royal, but like in a tribal way, higher up. Good morning.
Good morning there, Joseph Dredd.
But it was just weird because I really did thought for the longest time that they were related. So then after I read the book, I was like, it sounded like they were related. But then after you hear the context of how they talk to each other, you can see that he cares for her deeply, and they have this romantic, Romeo and Juliet story of them not being able to be together, so they leave their home. And stuff. But her character is just always the same and iconic, and I don't mind it at all. Then they took off her pants and they gave her a leotard, and everyone freaked out about it. They were so angry because she's holy, and she's like this.
I got a question. Who's more tragic, Romeo and Juliet or Tristan and Isolde? I think it's Tristan and Isolde.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a good story. I think it's a better story too. Like fated to hate each other, then they fell in. The magic make them fall in love.
That is pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it's like with marriage sometimes. You can hate each other. You know, it's crazy. Like 1 minute you guys hate each other, the next minute it's like, oh my gosh, this is everything I love about you.
Aw, if you haven't like made plans to hide the body 3 times, you're really not in love.
I know, right?
Right.
That's totally normal. It's totally healthy. I actually recommend everyone to go to marriage counseling if you're married.
Joseph Dredd brought up a better one. Baron and Luthien.
Ah, is this some Warhammer stuff?
No, it's Tolkien.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That's close to it. All right. I grew up on the Death Star, and so I'm gonna say like Satine and Obi-Wan.
Let's see here. I'm trying to think of a good one.
If you want to get...
Yeah. Too bad they made Obi-Wan bi-curious in Obi-Wan.
They didn't. Don't accept that.
Don't
buy
that. I know that wasn't in the books, but Eowyn. Well, was it in the books? Did she have a thing for him in the books? A little bit?
It's Aragorn and Eowyn.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely implied there, yeah.
So Obi-Wan and Satine Katan, they are like they are the opposite of Padme and Anakin. And it's only in the Clone Wars cartoon. What is that, like season 5 or so? But it's just they were in love, and they never consummated their love. And
but because Obi-Wan was mainly they were both too consumed. They were both too consumed with their duties.
Yes, exactly.
And like Obi-Wan was with the Jedi and was consumed with his role as a Jedi, and Satine was trying to unite the tribes of Mandalore.
Right. That was some good Star Wars back when they could write good Star Wars.
Yeah. And
in my humble opinion. There are the eyes. Oh, here we go. Look at that.
Oh yeah, that just made a statement.
He's like just oozing up from the shadows as he should.
It's Batman now. It's 100% Batman. That's the identification.
I fucking nailed it already.
Dude, it's times like this I feel like just putting it aside. It's like finished almost. You know what I mean? But I know I'm gonna work way too much into it, and then I'm like, well, fucking hell.
Less is more. Less is always more sometimes. You know?
Yeah. Okay. Jade Deep Minded says Tristan and
Isolde.
Isolde. Romeo and Juliet is a teenage drama.
I always thought they were a bit much because I did it when I was in theater. We had to do the whole Romeo and Juliet stuff, and I thought to myself, you're in the beginning of your life. Why would you throw it away for some stupid guy?
Right. And then what about poor Rosalind? Huh?
Yeah, I just thought that it was a bit much.
Such an afterthought.
You know, like it's not that big of a deal. But then again, I'm not a big romancer. I was single for like 6 years. 6 years.
Oh, don't rub it in.
Speaking about
don't talk to sore subject.
You fucking love.
Speaking about taking the romance. Speaking about taking the romance out of everything, it seems like they're going to take the romance out of the new Little Mermaid.
I hope so. She deserves it.
That movie.
You know what? Actually, I hope that they redo maybe they stick to the original ending where it ends badly for Ariel, because it is about consequence. It's about dealing with black magic or bad magic. You know what I mean?
There's always a consequence.
There's always consequences.
A lot, sacrifice.
Yeah, you know? and she said, and she was like, and Halle Berry, whatever her name is, she was like, she was saying how it was going to be different. How Ariel was going to leave the ocean for a guy, but I'm like, wasn't that the whole point that why she left the ocean? She fell in love, and another one, and the other one, and Eric fell in love.
About the surface world, like before she met the guy. Do you know what I mean? She was fascinated by all the things that fell down. Remember, she had that big collection of all stuff.
Yeah.
I have a Tolkien question. Were Beren and Luthien the children of Húrin?
No, Beren and Luthien. Beren and Luthien were the mortal man and the elven elven princess.
Okay.
and
because the children of Hureen, that was a fucking tragic relationship too. I mean, I know that one.
Baron basically went through hell and back to get one of Luthien's father wouldn't let Baron marry him. Wouldn't let Baron marry his daughter unless he put him in an impossible task,
which is basically suicide.
Yeah.
He
had.
That's a beautiful story.
Yeah, he had him. He had him He told him that he would not let him marry his daughter unless he brought back a jewel from the crown of what's his name.
That's how he lost his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lost his hand in that battle, and I like the beginning so much because he would go and watch her dance in the forest every day, and he would just delight in just her voice and her dancing, and never ask for anything in return. Just wanted to watch and just wanted to see. And then finally, he said something, and it was just like it's such a classic romance where it's just he's just smitten, just absolutely smitten. He would do anything. Foolish love.
And it was something that he needed because he lost his father, his brothers, and his entire people in a battle earlier, and he was basically shell shocked. And when he saw Luthien, it basically made him forget that of the pain that he suffered. And then you got Payne and McCade replacing Luthien's role with not Galadriel. And I'm like that. I'm like, when I heard that, I was like, you motherfuckers.
Chingate cabrones.
Have you guys do you guys listen to any anybody listen to Arcade Fire here?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh,
pick up
James.
on those musical cues. Sorry.
James, I'm sure I'm sharing right now. I'm sharing the
what's that?
The newest model for Warhammer.
Oh, okay.
Which is Lionel Johnson, the returning Primarch.
That sounds like code.
Shit.
That sounds like code for your junk. Well, let me introduce you to Lionel Johnson.
That's a cool code. That's really cool.
Yeah, but
oh my gosh,
his name is Lion, and his last name is L. Johnson.
Yeah, that sounds like a penis.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say it. Yeah, you're right. You're
or
totally
the line. I was thinking the Lionel toy trains. Going into the tunnel.
Yeah.
Hilarious. No, it looks awesome. It looks great. It looks fantastic.
Cool.
I'm just now all I can think of him is just like
He grew up in a world. He grew up in a world where he used to hunt wart beasts, and he became like the head of this Brotherhood of Knights, and these Jawa looking things at the bottom, or if you see them, these Jawa looking things in the bottom were known as the Watchers of in the Dark. They used to help. They guided him guided him to through his destiny and helped and prepared and trained him to. Stunning and Brave says hi, Eric.
Hello.
And they trained him. Now he has like the shield is the Emperor's shield, and he has a new sword. I just love the armor. The armor, it's so knightly and regal.
I feel like the cape does it for me. Even with like World of Warcraft, when you put like a cape on a paladin.
Yeah.
Well, you can't have capes. I don't think you can have capes unless you're like
sorry.
Dick energy. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Opposite of the guy that Witcher met in the park.
It wasn't even about. It didn't look like it belonged to a human being. I'm not being mean when I said that.
It wasn't.
It looked like a grape inside of a sack of skin.
Oh,
It was the
Oh.
most disturbing thing.
Shrinkage. It was shrinkage.
Dude, I'm not, and he could have been a grower, not a shower. I'm not being mean, but it wasn't even the right location. It was that way, but it was completely going this way.
An inverted thingy.
It was going.
Yummy.
It's literally like normal. It could go this way. It can go that way. It was literally like this,
Yeah, pretty much it.
like completely the other way, like kind of like turning in on itself.
Ooh.
And I never in my life.
Okay.
Maybe he was a transformer.
Stunning and brave. He's too toxic. He's too toxic and masculine looking in a good way.
Oh, in a good way. I love that. I love toxic masculinity. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Get shit done.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. No,
Jeff
real
Atkins.
misogyny exists for sure.
Hey,
like,
what's up there,
being
Jeff?
masculine exists, but
Morning.
not like in an attractive sense. I think that like just basic masculinity is not a problem. It's you know.
Yeah.
Gosh.
No, it's not. I mean,
Yeah.
whoever's selling you on that notion is you gotta be like, okay, that's how
Right.
it is in your family.
Right now, there's a running bet on which Primarch's going to come back next, because in Warhammer there are 8 prime. There were during the Horus Heresy there were 18 prime. There were 18 Primarchs. 9 became traitor, and 9 were loyal. Hey, Captain Fandom Nerd.
Hey, what's up there, Captain Phantom? How you doing? Welcome.
Okay, I'm getting
Impregnista.
there. Okay, I think I'm happier with the face now. I'm a little bit happier. Let me see if I can block that out really quick.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit happier now with it.
Oh, that's looking good. That's looking
Yeah.
good. I like it.
Ooh,
Yeah, I
nice,
like.
Very
nice butt.
I like it. Yeah, that's good.
Oh yeah, there's some random butt over here.
I like that
Yeah.
part. That's yeah.
There's a, cute butts are cute butts, man.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't
But
think.
I like doing butts. Butts are honestly kind of hard if you think about it. No, that
Yeah.
didn't come out right. I meant
Yeah.
like
Well, because it's about flexion. It's about you need like you get the right
Exactly.
perspective. She's on her
And
tippy toes, and therefore her
Exactly.
her glutes would be in that state of flexion.
and you would
Yeah.
have a dip here. If one hip is out, you wouldn't have a perfectly round, unless genetically she has very round hips. But I gave her a little bit of a hip dip because if you're athletic, it's very rare that you don't have hip dips. Most people that are super athletic will have hip dips, and that's something that's like shunned upon. But I think that hip dips are awesome.
Speaking
I'll
of,
put my hand up on your hip.
Hey,
Ah.
Phil, good morning.
speaking about,
What's up, Phil? TMNT. How's it going there, bud?
I don't know
Hail to
why
you.
all of a sudden the talk about women's asses reminds me that my dad was what. My dad took out his old Miami Vice DVD collection and started watching it last weekend. Yeah. Yeah. Are you gonna do the whole intro?
I could.
Why not?
15
Why
minutes
not?
later.
You just interrupted it. I'm just kidding. Let's
1
go.
hour later.
1 hour.
Dude, I do that shit all the time. When I'm home by myself, I literally do that all the time. It's so weird.
Hey,
So-
Phil. Hey,
Gosh,
Phil.
that's crazy. So similar. I do
Hey,
the same
Phil.
thing.
Yeah. Everybody, I remember what my dad loved watching it. My mom would record it when he would go to work, and when he would go to work, if Miami Vice was on that night and he was at work, she would record it for him, and then when he would come back later that night, he would sit down and watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Remind me what this is because
Miami
I might
Vice?
be, yes.
Mike Tubbs
Miami
and Crockett.
Vice was a cop show set in Miami, Florida in the early 80s. So it was about, it was more to do with music and fashion. If you know the director, Michael Mann, he did
the movie with Jamie Foxx and Will Ferrell.
Yeah, Michael Mann's done a
Colin
lot of
Colin
movies.
Farrell, not Will Ferrell. Colin Farrell.
And
Yeah.
well, Michael Mann also did what was that movie with Pacino and Robert De Niro? Heat. Yeah, that 3-hour long, and Val Kilmer. Like, he did Heat. He did. He's done a lot of movies. But Michael Mann started on TV, and he started on NBC. It was a Friday night show, 10 p.m. prime time, Everyone tuned in for Miami Vice. I mean, for 4 years, 5 years, it was the hottest show on TV.
Yeah, it was like
I liked the Reno 911. That was my favorite show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Reno 911 was
Miami-
the shit in my opinion.
Miami Vice was like a 1 hour action movie.
Mm-hmm. And it was completely 80s. It was like it was beautiful, and it was undercover cops going into the drug trades and things, and there were stakes involved. There were consequences for everyone, and it was really good.
Yeah, and the thing is that there were with Miami Vice, they did things that not a lot of people did on TV. There were car chases, there were boat chases, there were shootouts, there were big stunts. Too. Yeah, there were big stunts.
Edward James Olmos played the lieutenant. You know Edward James Olmos, right?
Yeah,
Commander
Ortega.
Adama.
He played Ortega.
Yeah, and it's really awesome role too. I mean, I loved Edward James Olmos in Miami Vice. He's like magic. You add him to anything and just elevates whatever you're watching.
Yeah.
Kind of like I'm looking forward to seeing Lance Reddick and John Wick 4 tonight. You know, because he's we just lost him a couple of weeks ago. Lance Reddick is an amazing actor. Made everything better that he's in my humble opinion.
Yeah,
he was good.
I
can Fringe.
I can forgive him. I can forgive him for Netflix Resident Evil.
Sure, I bet you he made that a better show just by him acting. And it doesn't matter what they did with Wesker. Hello.
Was that a moped?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's a fart. That was me. I had chili dogs last night, dude. I'm repeating like a motherfucker.
Someone driving a hairdryer.
That's funny. Gosh, I feel like everything resorts to the sound of a fart. Have you noticed that every time we make a noise or there is a noise, it's always a fart? That every time I've been on it, we blame it on the fart. For sure. Next time I just gotta do this. That's what I gotta do. That's the only way to make it all wrap up.
Kenzo, I saw the preview for Full Aussie.
Yeah, man.
Very nice.
What do you think?
Awesome. You got some what's that song called?
Kickstart My Heart.
Yeah, Kickstart My Heart. That cover.
It's the Dan Vasquez, same one that's on the real BBC.
Yeah, he I saw that guy. I saw him do the cover for it.
Yeah, he's good. Dan Vasquez is amazing. He's got such a good voice, man.
I like when Vince Neil forgets his own lyrics during Kickstart My Heart, and you see the captions of like this overweight, chubby, sweaty Vince Neil, like last year, 2 years ago, trying to get his way through his own lyrics and making it up as he goes along.
It's up on my YouTube channel if you guys want to play it. It's only 40 seconds long. It's the first time I've ever animated a driving.
Drop the link in the private chat.
Yeah, drop the link. Yeah.
Or you're just like, just drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, let's watch it.
Okay, I'll find
Let's
it.
drop that link.
Drop that link.
I don't know. I wonder if I should paint more of this because I didn't realize how painting miniatures takes a very small amount of time, especially like this.
What do you have there?
And I got miniatures to paint on stream, but I finished it in 7 minutes. So I felt kind of silly for doing that. I was like, these are so small. Why did I do this? But I'm trying to see if I'm done or not. It's pretty similar. This is actual metal. This one isn't.
Speaking about miniatures, my Warhammer miniatures came in.
This one smells nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna do an unboxing later this week.
Yeah, I watched your Kill Team unboxing.
Yeah,
nice.
I got the orc Ludas, and I got the and I got the Catachan Jungle Fighters. I'm gonna do an unboxing later this week.
I can't wait to open stuff. I'm like, when I get mail, I rip it apart. I get so excited because in Japan, it's like freaking Christmas because it takes so long for everything to get here.
Doesn't it though? Yes.
Well,
and then when you hear the doorbell ring, you're like, oh yes.
That thing I've
It's
been
for
waiting
me.
forever for. And gosh.
All right, so we got the full Aussie animated episode 2 trailer promo. I've
I
got
hope you
my
don't get a
sound
copyright
shared. You
strike.
should be fine. Huh?
Hope you don't get a copyright strike. Geez.
Well, I'm pretty sure Kenzo's got all that settled out, right?
Dan Vascane's on a copyright strike.
No, Dan Bass doesn't get it. Yeah, it doesn't bother me. All right, here we go. I hope you guys can hear this. Can you guys hear it?
Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh.
Full screen this. Oh, full screen it.
Oh, I like the Grant Gregory and Canadian bears in the back. That's cute.
The Australian wombat and the Canadian bear.
I like how the bobblehead simulates the motion, gives it some tactility, you know.
Yeah, they're supposed to be in a Dodge Challenger. Let's see, it'll be out on the 22nd of April as well.
There we go. Hey,
I'm working on some other driving angles as well for the exterior, so I'm going to sort of reuse them in the episode.
It's gonna be a driving episode.
No, there isn't, but the first minute is in a car. I don't want to give too much away, but the first episode is in a car, and
cool.
Steph, My Nerdy Home, Steph and Raging Rhino are on their way to a Star Wars convention.
My condolences.
Gosh, that looks good as it is. Honestly,
just like
I'm not.
Awesome.
Listen to me. I'm being serious. Usually, I'm like in the details a lot sometimes. But this, on its own, can I? Okay, I'm not throwing this around for no reason.
Yeah.
Really?
But Rexar from World of Warcraft, it has the same kind of look, or the dude from Fire and Ice, the barbarian that he meets out in the wilderness. He wears like this animal skin hat that makes his eyes white.
Yep.
That alone is such a. It's so cool. Just like that. I know you're gonna put a lot. I know you're gonna put more into it because you're gonna keep saying, "Oh, I'm gonna keep working it." But seriously though, it looks awesome.
Maybe I should just stop. Or maybe I should put in a little bit of his emblem there. Let's just be really, really, really minimalistic with it, and let's put in the iconic yellow. Should I do the yellow or should I do the black?
That's between you and your vision. Are you going to have a yellow utility belt? Or will you be having trunks today? You know, these questions are for the designer.
Yeah, because
some people don't like yellow oval. Some people don't like trunks. It's something like I don't that new 52 look. I mean, just had all the fucking speed lines all over it and no trunks. You know.
Oh, darn it! Maybe I should just stop right here.
Did you hear that?
The worst thing about going. Go.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? They're canceling the Robin series after 10 issues.
Yeah. It was a big to-do on West yesterday on Comics Aficionados. Guest starring Wakazashi's Tea House. If you go back, I'll drop the link in the chat. Go see Gray, a very own Wakazashi's Tea House, on his third appearance on the Saturday show that brought a lot of us together, too. I mean, we talk about comic books, the Comics Aficionados.
I'm going to do the yellow thing. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Oh, no, do your thing. Yellow.
Yeah.
So I'm basically going a Batman animated series here.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's gonna sell.
And this is on accident. I wasn't planning on doing it, but I just want to. Okay, go ahead. Keep on talking.
I think the yellow is good because it's cool and warm to kind of.
Yeah.
Play with each other.
I did not like the art or the story that came out from Robin, and that's mainly because I like Tim Drake Robin. Mm-hmm. It was just and the way that modern comic book writers, I hate that one of the things is that modern comic book writers just when they get a new book where they're doing a new character, they throw out everything, the history and the history and the history and the characteristics that make this one character a character, because they want their own interpretation of this character.
Right.
And
like, did you see Perch's video on Bobby Drake last week?
No.
It's a great video because people say like there was a setup for Bobby's being gay going all the way back to X-Men #1 in 1963, based upon one panel where Bobby goes when Jean Grey comes to the Xavier School for gifted youngsters. Like everyone's going hubba hubba except for Bobby going, "Oh, girls, count me out." But Bobby was like the youngest one. Yet, like the next page, there's a picture of like she's trying on her X-Men uniform, and all four of the boys are peeking around the corner, and there's Bobby going, and literally quote, "It looks like they poured her into that outfit," and she's like, "Oh, you dirty boys, trying to catch a look at me," you know, cute moment, and they all had a crush on Jean. You know what I mean? Until it got resolved.
It's just that and the same thing with Bobby Drake. The thing is that they just want the people who did this. They just want to show, oh, look how progressive we are. Give me my GLAAD award.
Yeah, that, and like they love this the flavor of fanboy tears. They got mugs of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They live for that shit.
And
they live for it, man.
Yeah, it's all. It gives him a high. It gives him a high.
You're an oppressor if you see differently. If you object to this, you're a bigot. You're a phobe, and you're part of the problem. Old fan, get over yourself.
And this
Go ahead. I think from a female standpoint, I personally find it a little odd that no one's allowed to compliment, or no one's allowed to say the obvious, like, "Oh my gosh, you're gorgeous," or "You're shapely," or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it's like a hush hush, don't say anything. And it's weird. It's very odd.
Yep.
And I don't think that's healthy, because naturally men and women are chemically made in a certain way. And I think it's good for teenagers or young men to be like, "Oh shit, they're attractive." You know, that's normal to be, you know, kind of entranced or, you know, whatever. But even as adults, it's almost like you can't say anything out front. Like even when I went to the cosplay con thing, like the other day, it wasn't a big turnout. It wasn't as big as it should have been. But it, you know, for what it was, people were very pussyfoot about the whole Red Sonja thing. They didn't want to say.
As soon as I saw you, I was like, "That's hot as shit."
Thank you. Because it is.
Put a lot of effort.
I mean,
put a lot of effort into
as
that.
soon as I saw you, I was like kind of shaking because I was like, "This is freaking."
You know what I did? I was trying to pose the exact same way as the painting you did. I tried so hard to get the pose right.
Yep.
Of the painting, I was like, "That's such a cool pose." So I tried my best to mimic it, and I think I did a pretty good job trying my best. And I'm so happy with the photo because it's really okay. I know this sounds really stupid, so please don't give me shit.
Don't judge.
But nowadays, it's very, very encouraging and very uplifting when you don't touch up your photos. You don't touch it up, and it's just the natural photo. I know that seems like, well, duh. Why even saying that? Of course, it's a natural photo. A lot of them aren't.
They aren't. A lot of them are filtered.
Exactly. And the fact that was a first take natural photo that just looked really good made me so happy. And like sometimes if I have a huge zit, like, of course I'm going to get rid of it. What the hell? I'm not going to put that out because it's just like, I want it to be a permanent photo that lasts a long time, but I still post photos no makeup on. Like I still have timeline stories where I'm just like completely barefacing it. So there's like, you know, there's a fine line between like wanting to be super transparent, but also having a photo that you like and you can keep forever. You know what I mean? Like that. And that's why I also like Polaroid photos so much. It's because you can't Photoshop a Polaroid. And if you have a good Polaroid of yourself and you're like, damn, that looks good. That's a keeper, and you're happy about it. That's what I look like. And it sounds so stupid. Like, it's just a photo. Why are you talking about it?
No,
It's an accomplishment to say I don't touch up that photo. I have touched my photos, but in the past, I'm not saying I don't, because sometimes you just have a bad photo. Okay, I got to make it work. I have to make this work. This is the only take I got. I got to make it work. That one's atrocious. Let's fix it. But like, you know, it's nice to say like, that's a natural photo. That makes me super happy. And it's so pressuring because it's weird because the society we live in is like, don't say that women are hot, but it also everyone on Instagram is a fucking model, and
Who's selling you
also,
on that? Why are you buying it?
Like the women, you know, feel this immense pressure all the time it's like, don't be too sexual, but also don't be modest. You know, you want to age gracefully, but don't be too vain. Like there's
it's completely it confuses the hell out of me.
It's never enough. It's never enough. Like, for example, I'm not having kids, and I hear, well, why would you do that? Why would you not have kids? Why would you do this? Why would you do that?
None of your business.
And it's just like, why can't I just not decide not to? And it's like, well, it's such a shame. I'm like, why is it a shame? Because you have good genetics. I'm like, what the fuck am I, a breeding horse?
Yeah, and you know how expensive it is to raise a kid in Tokyo? Jeez.
Yeah, not alone in the military. You know, we don't get paid shit. You know, they're cutting cola. I want everyone to hear this. They're fucking cutting cola.
Coca-Cola?
Do you know how big of a deal that is? That's your allowance for being overseas to make up for the fact it's way more expensive living here in the back of the States. And they're cutting it completely.
Really?
Yes.
That's sad.
That is bad.
That's the first time that they've done that to that extent, like permanently cutting it, and that is such an egregious act.
Military because
why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because they're sending the money somewhere else.
Yeah. Ukraine.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, which is all just a big money laundering scheme.
And it's so weird because the culture's so like anti, and I'm not being weird, but there's a lot of anti-white stuff. Like, oh, you know, white privilege, this, and that. I'm like,
Japan?
No,
in
the States.
Do you feel there's a Japanese privilege in Japan?
I don't know. I don't think they ever talk about that.
We use the gaijin card. We call it the gaijin card.
Yeah.
We get away with stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So weird. I don't understand it. There are countries that like literally need financial aid so bad. Just fresh water. You know what I mean? Just a fresh water cistern. Like there's so many countries that just need fresh water, and we're sending trillions amount of money somewhere.
None of that money is reaching any of them over there. It's not.
No, it's all warmongering. It's all warmongering, and it's just insane. You know, and I'm so discouraged. Like I'm gonna have to clean twice as much now. That's what came to my mind. It's like I'm gonna have to book 2 more appointments a week to be able to substitute the fact that we're losing money that this month now because of that. Like it's such an egregious act to take military members that move their entire lives overseas, their whole world, their families, their wives, everything for 3 years, sometimes even 4, and then you cut their allowance completely cut it off. And that's supposed to help cushion how expensive things are. You know, it's supposed to cushion the price so that it's comfortable. You can still go on a date night once a month. You can still like, you know, go to that to a nice park in Tokyo or have some, you know, at least get you out of the house to do something.
Right. At least a park where you go to where they don't pull their dicks out, you know?
Yeah.
A park where they don't pull their fucking dicks out.
It's so horrible. And I'm so bent out of shape over it. Like I'm so angry. You know?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean,
it's horrible.
I know why it's happening. I know why everybody's getting gypped. It's like, what can we do? You know, what needs to be done? What should be done?
Like really far left are so bold when they protest. They are so bold in their opinions. They do not put up with anything they don't agree with. And I feel like with more conservative people, we're just like, okay, well, this sucks.
Yeah, I know.
We're so law-abiding and we're so good that we just kind of take it. We don't get angry about it. We don't get up in arms about it. You know, we just like, okay, well, that's horrible. I'm pissed about it. This is upsetting. You know, I'm angry about it. I'm losing sleep over it. You know, I'm praying harder about it. But at the end of the day, nothing's really getting done. You know, and I'm not protesting. I'm not pro anarchy, but I am, you know, for the people and being able to say your piece and protest and be angry to the point where people can see it. And
civil disobedience that's within the realms of the law. You know what I mean? That's not being harmful, but like as union people, like, you know what I mean? We have the ability to strike, like, you know, at like I'm a union chef, and that's part and parcel about being a union employee. Is like, hey, would you mind showing up to like this location? We're supporting these people in their contract negotiation, and showing up matters. And so, but it's peaceful.
I really wanted to protest. I really do. I want to get a sign and just stay in the square of like my base, like the busiest road, and just have a sign that says how freaking just disgusted I am that they just every month they've cut the COLA back more and more to the point where it's $0. $0. And the worst part is that they used to be when you move overseas, you're already deployed. Right. But now they deploy people that are overseas. So if you're living overseas, now you're deployable. That's not a thing unless we are in dire straits. And we're in dire straits of enlistment because they've made it to the point where morale's so bad and it's so pussified and so stupid that nobody wants to enlist anymore. It's just
it's all part of this. Yeah, it's. I mean, I could get into the woo-woo talk. I could get into the woo-woo talk, but
it's all for a reason.
Just before we go any further, I just want to say that season 1 of Batman the Animated Series with the yellow oval, it's a yellow belt but it's got pods. On season 2, he has the black bat, no oval, and he's got pouches.
Oh, okay.
The most utilitarian thing in the world.
Just being nitpicky. Yeah. And, you know, that kind of shit.
It's so practical. I've always been envious of his belt. And I'm serious when I say that. Like, his belt is so practical and it makes so much sense. I'm like, I want that belt. Actually, I have something similar to that.
You should check out Who's Who. It's a comic book from the early 80s, and it was an A to Z encyclopedia of the different heroes. And they would have the specials with gadgets and equipment. And so Batman would have his own section with Batcave, Batmobile, like Batplane and Copter, and especially the utility belt.
The utility belt is shit.
Before the pouches got in vogue in the comic book. That came about, like, that was like Batman 66 thing on the TV show. But it wasn't until Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns that he used pouches on his belt. Before that, they were just pods filled with miniaturized imaginary technology. It wasn't very practical. It was very comic booky.
Yeah. That'd be good for cosplay, having a lookbook of close-up pieces of equipment. That's really good for cosplay.
You can check
out,
very
hard to get referenes.
Like the style guide from the 70s. I mentioned it earlier. Like, it just look at like Jose Luis Garcia Lopez's style guide of DC superheroes from the 1970s. It's out there, like, you know, and just it's wonderful to look at. You're like, yes, every single one of those is a home run. I bought a Green Lantern fridge magnet, and it's
I love fridge magnets. I love magnets so much.
But it's from that style guide. It's that iconic that's still in print.
Really cool.
That they still use that to fabricate product. You know, as a licensed property. I mean, it's still. I think let me get the link for that. Let's see, Luis Garcia Lopez.
I know it sounds weird. Like, I know it sounds weird saying this, but like from a different perspective, Etsy has the most peculiar, weird, abstract gadgets. I have found the coolest things on Etsy for cosplay. Like, if you want to make a cool cosplay, put in like weird shit and it will pop up. Someone's made it. Like, you have an idea, some's made it on Etsy. It's so cool.
Exactly. I got
like a Batman purse,
Yep.
leaf purse. Like, I've seen a purse that was made out of dead leaves, but it was all made out of leather. It's gorgeous. Like, it imagine like the most whimsical thing in your head. It's on Etsy. I guarantee you someone's made the Batman.
Yeah, pouches. I'm a Captain America cosplayer, and I got this wonderful compass, movie compass from Etsy for about $50.
Yep, Etsy.
You know, this is perfect. Perfect
yep.
for to go with my cosplay.
And what a story to say, like, oh, this was handmade from someone. And I really resonate with that a lot. And I've done business with so many people on Etsy. I am a huge contributor to Etsy. I love them.
wanted to
Whenever
start
I
up
have
my
some
own.
savings
Yeah.
where I can spend a little bit, you know, when I'm making or something like that, I always tip off my Etsy people. I've got a handmade leather Celtic little like how do I explain it? It's like a bag that goes right in front of your crotch. It's
it's like for like
Irish.
the Scottish. Yeah, the Scottish
Yes.
like it's called
It's called a
shit.
sporran.
Jay the
You
Deep
know what
Minded
it's
would know
called.
It's called a
It's called-
I
sporran.
feel bad. I usually know
Yes.
what these things are called. It's just really
It's
late.
called a sporran.
a sporran. There you go, sporran.
Yeah.
That is.
I got a girl one.
I got married in a kilt.
So pretty. So pretty. I love it so much. And I got to hand pick what facets I wanted and what hardware and what decal I wanted and what Celtic knots I wanted. I got my my drinking horn custom made from Etsy for $55. Are you kidding me?
That's cheap.
What
as
a
anything.
steal. And well, plus shipping. But still, the guy was the nicest man ever. He gave me an instruction manual of how to take care of it. And he's like, okay, what do you want? I'm like, well, I want Riders of Rohan on the horn. And he's like, ooh, I can't do that, but how about some Celtic ponies? I'm like, that works.
Ooh.
I'm happy with that. I'm even more happy about that because I used to be an equestrian. So I'm like, yes, of course. I love horses.
James, I just threw in the link in the private chat here
Mhm.
from the 1982 DC Style Guide, drawn by Jose Luis Garcia Lopez. One of the definitive, unitive, iconic looks. Oh,
Let me
it's
get you
just
this.
wonderful. Check it out real
Oh,
quick.
how neat. I like how it has the 3 panels.
I like
That's
this. Yeah, hold on a
cool.
second. Let me share this.
And without the
is
cape as
wonderful.
well. I like how they did it without the cape. In the back.
Yeah, to show you his musculature.
Yeah. Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Here, I'll drop the whole. Here's the
Very
link to
cool.
the whole page. But yeah, this is wonderful.
That is
Oh
really
gosh,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah,
The DC Comic Style Guide. I mean,
Huh.
just every one of this is a hit,
That is so cool.
That's really neat.
and it shows all the
Nice.
colors.
Beautiful, man. That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Is this is this
I like the
this is a
Batman
book,
logos
right?
up there too.
Yeah,
I have a couple books where I've been collecting those artistic stylus instructional manuals of how to do this, how to do that, how
Yeah.
to draw this,
Yep.
how to draw that. I love
Thank you, Eric.
physical copies of
You're
things
welcome.
just in case, you know. And
There's
things like that are just very valuable. People don't understand like how, as an artist, having a tangible reference is so much nicer than looking at the internet sometimes. And I don't know how to explain it. Like paper just,
yes.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, if you go, there are some sites where, like, if you can't get the books, they've got
Mhm.
PDFs of them all. And what I did
Mhm.
when I first started doing this a couple of years ago is I went to these PDFs and I printed them out. Like, I printed all of them out like this. I don't know if you can see. Oh, shoot.
Oh
What am I looking at here?
shoot!
Oh, shoot.
Oh shit! I just shot Marvin in the face.
Like this. So I printed out the books that give you all like how to do all the figures and everything because they're like,
Backs are always hard too.
yeah. So I
Backs are
printed a
so
bunch of
difficult
these out,
sometimes.
and I need to actually go through. I was really good about going through them and looking at them at first, but then I just kind of okay, you know,
Yeah.
kind of settled on things.
So cool.
Speaking about comics or comics with it's going to veer towards comic book movies. Did anybody hear that Victoria Alonso was fired this week?
You're kidding. Yes, she got fired
Yeah,
for working on another project outside of her contract.
yeah, and
Yeah.
this is the one producer that said the name X-Men was outdated.
Yeah. Well, now she's outdated.
Yeah. Now they need to get rid of Nate Moore, the guy who says that hiring writers who are fans is a red flag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's such bullshit. That's such
Yeah.
bullshit.
Now
That's horrible.
this is the one thing that I hated. Nate Moore said that Nate Moore said that the writers were who are fans don't see the superheroes in another state in another way in another way. But if you look at all the superhero comic books before Nate Moore came on board, they were done by fans. Thor the Dark World, Captain America, the First Avenger, Captain America, Winter
Conan. You're a big
Soldier,
fan.
Guardians of the
Mhm.
Galaxy,
Mhm.
Iron Man 2. They were all from fans, and they all did it with through a different perspective. And
Right.
yeah, and Victoria Alonso, she was a big protector of She-Hulk, but one of the things that pissed me off about
She-Hulk was horrible.
yeah,
I heard such bad things about the acting, how cringy it was.
I couldn't even watch it.
No,
I wanted to like that show. I wanted to like that show so much. I'm a fan of She-Hulk. Yet the main bad guys, what were their names?
The incels.
Incels.
Yeah, but they went by a name.
The Wrecking Crew?
No, not the Wrecking Crew.
Proud Boys?
Were they tracksuit bros from Hawkeye?
No, they were it was the
Give it a quick Google.
Yeah, I'm looking. It was like they were making fun of Doomcock with his mask and everything.
Yeah.
I know who the thing was that they were
I would really like to see more just like really intense fans doing stuff they love.
I want to see more boobs in Marvel Comics.
There we go. Intelligentsia was are in the comics. Intelligentsia were the greatest supervillain minds ever. You had Mr. Sinister, the Mad Thinker, the Wizard, the Wizard, the High Evolutionary. But now you had, but in She-Hulk, they made them all a bunch of trolls who hated female superheroes.
Yeah, it wasn't made for you, man. It just wasn't made for us. I mean, if they were going for that Ally McBeal vibe, they succeeded because Ally McBeal had a specific sense of humor and a specific vibe and feel to it. And these shows literally look like network TV shows. You know, they have the pacing and the expectation of of a network TV show, especially like the Star Trek stuff too. Like I saw a couple of Discovery and Picard. It feels like CSI on a Wednesday night. It's got that same pacing to it.
Yeah,
you know,
almost predictable.
Yeah, because they're not independent productions anymore. They're network productions.
I know what you mean. It is unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to like She-Hulk.
Yes, and that's great. I'm glad you wanted to because there's so much good in it potentially. But what they did with it, this was what you did with the opportunity you were given. You were given a budget. You were given this so-called, platform. Everything's about what you're doing with your platform and who you're amplifying. You know what? Why don't you shut the fuck up and just tell a story?
Just tell a good fucking story.
Hello, you're telling me a Jennifer Walters story that we can totally get our into all of us together, but. I am all set with it. Wasn't made for me. It was made with a specific audience in mind.
Yeah, but that audience didn't show up.
No,
do they ever?
It doesn't exist.
That's why there is a sea change going on at Marvel. Like, what happened? They changed the recipe. Nobody's buying it.
Yeah.
How can we get people buying it again? Go back to your original recipe is a good first step.
Yeah, risky's always good.
Yeah, bring back
taking a risk.
Confrontational, being risky, you know.
You make, I think a lot of it has to do with, can you have feminism without activism? I don't think you can. I don't think we're mature enough for that in our storytelling. Not with the mentalities you have there now. I mean, if
we're talking like feminism, like being able to stick it to the man, quite literally, then yeah, sure, all for it. But feminism to the point where it's like kiss my ass and like worship the ground I walk upon, and I
think looking at someone like Carol Danvers, if you want to look at Carol Danvers, or like she's a great example. I think it's something to do with likability, and I think it has to do with the roots of like modern third wave feminism being so that you don't have to be likable to be respected. I think there's a big thing about that.
Yes.
But it takes away from the enjoyment of story by not having someone to root for. Like, why would you want to root for someone that's unlikable? Would you want them in your living room? Because that's what you're basically doing by watching these shows. You're inviting
them into your lives.
Yeah. And I got so irritated watching Galadriel. I kept saying to myself, woman, you are old as shit. Why are you acting like an 18-year-old? Why are you acting like a toddler?
Maybe on a scale, she is a teenager, perhaps, because we know that she grows out of it.
Yeah,
we've seen Kate Blanchett. We know she grows out of this, this unlikability and becomes a mature person.
Yeah,
this is the thing. But this is the thing. Galadriel.
Respect for Tolkien.
There we go. Booyah.
This is the thing. Galadriel never picked up a sword. She was always a strategist, and she used her magic.
Yeah, I would have liked her to do the same thing she did in The Hobbit, where she just whooshed away the incoming enemies like it was nothing, like it was wind. And they had to take that shot 5 times. That's it. That's not a lot. 5 times.
I just want to show you something real quick. One of the back issues that I bought. I spent $76 this week at my local comic book shop. Most of them on old back issues.
Sorry.
Bring me up. This is Carol Danvers.
Cool.
This is from 1976. This is issue number 4. This has pound for pound more action scenes, more fighting. This is Carol getting beaten back and then overcoming. But look at all of
those
these
pages,
action scenes.
Aren't they?
Boom, boom, boom. It's all dynamic action. There's plenty of dialogue. There's plenty of stories.
Yeah. Look at that page right there. Hold on. Just any of them. Just any. Let's just cut. No, not that. One of the action pages. Just any of them. Okay, let's just look at this for a second. Just hold that's
dynamic storytelling, sequential art and panels.
Yes, just to have that robot in the top left corner. See that? That
plenty of action there.
That immediately moves you throughout the whole page, and it brings you
pacing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, at headquarters,
do you see how the top? I'm pointing at my screen. All right, you see how the top left robot, the page before? Okay, this is very
I'll go back.
essential. So look at the top left robot and how his body is angled. Okay, see how it's angled like that? Now look at the bottom right-hand corner of the opposite page. See how that building is? Those form a triangle. You see that?
They do. Yes. They all do. Yep.
And that's done on purpose. That was not made on accident.
Yeah,
that was laid out.
Draw your eye.
There's a couple of pages later. We're still fighting. Right. Look at that. That's awesome, Carol. Dude. And Carol is likable here. Character, and she's strong, stunning, great. She's everything you wanted in the past. You want to fix. Let's fix the past. I mean, I'm not buying that. I mean, Carol, beats the bad guy. She gets thrown. She gets. There's tension in here, man. There's actual stakes. There's some, you fear for her winning this or not.
I love the little shaky lines they put around her. The struggle lines, distress lines. I love that.
Hang on. What the hell? What? No. A Stunning and Brave Megatron says, meanwhile, in 2016, Spider-Man makes a soy boy face because he's scared of spiders for some reason.
And then on top of it all, after all the action is done, she's in trouble with her boyfriend because she's been gone for days and hasn't picked up her phone. But I can't tell you what I've been doing, Michael. It's so melodrama. Look at that, isn't it?
Yep, that's awesome. Gosh, that's
And
so
she's this-
relatable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and she's beautiful. She's strong. She's like, what a great character. This is a fun comic book. You know what I mean? But they don't make them like this anymore on purpose.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the relatability. I love the
Thank you.
relatability of that. It's so cool.
Thank you, Eric.
Awesome.
It's
Thank you
serious.
so
all
much for that.
And well, here's some legal news now.
Coming up,
Yeah.
legal news
Are we
with
talking about the guy who
Bandito
played
Bang.
Kane?
Justin Rowland was acquitted for the domestic abuse charges,
Mhm.
Ooh, there we go.
and
Good for him.
not only that, Jonathan Majors was arrested yesterday for
Right.
assault.
Yeah.
Well, I hope
The guy who played Kane.
Yeah,
and
but
Creed 3.
yeah,
Yep.
It's so hard to tell with these cases nowadays. I mean,
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's such a.
Yeah. Well. Well, they're saying that there might be a camera in the taxi, and then it'll. I don't know.
Oh, what do you do
I
with Ray
reckon
Rice?
Johnny Depp. I think we've all.
Well,
been a
it
little
wasn't
bit
as bad as Ray Rice, but apparently
Yeah.
she called like the ambulance. What was the next day? Like 11 o'clock.
Oh yeah,
Called,
that's
like,
pretty
911.
accurate. If it's something that's pretty, that I can totally understand. If it's like there's a trail,
Yeah.
then
Mhm.
it's highly likely that it's incredibly legitimate.
Mm.
You know, it's when it's like 5 years later.
Yeah.
hmm
Do you know what I mean? Because I can understand like when you're married and you can't really say anything about what happened, or there's a legal involved or a job involved. I totally get that.
Right.
That makes things a bit complicated. But when there's this trail like that, it's really hard to ignore. And that's
Yeah.
pretty evident.
I remember like well, going back to comics, Stunning and Brave Megatron brought up Spider-Man, and this reminds me of a time, one of like the early 2001 Spider-Mans, where Mary Jane compared herself like the wife of a police officer, and she said, but she can't
Yes.
tell anybody why she's
Mm.
worried about her husband.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
And
I like the wife of Spawn. I love
yeah.
that. I love that character so much. I wish
Mm.
there was more content of her in the comic books.
what?
Her character was so relatable, and when she moved on and had another relationship, and
Yeah.
then he ended up being a complete asshole, and
this
Spawn visited her. It was just so relatable, so good.
I like Todd McFarlane's stories, but they drip slower than molasses.
But he keeps the tension going though, because it's
Yeah.
not written for the trade. It is in a way now, in a modern sense, because all comics are written for the trade, and which robs it of its tension, and that those like interline story beats that just keep the story going. I find that modern comics are just very insular to that trade mentality, and
And one of the things that another comic book I'm going to support, I'm supporting
Trunks.
is
I am
Joe
Knight.
Frank.
I am the underwear over my tights. I
Literally,
am Batman.
I wanted to ask, when
There
making
wa-
tights, do you add a bulge?
Depends on your light source, of course.
Yeah.
On a
Yeah.
light source? Yeah. I'm just pulling your leg. I'm just being a
Oh,
butt.
it's shadow.
I'm just
Gotta
being
give
that.
it a bulge, baby.
Cross hatching.
It's a bulge is a self-insert, so sure. Yeah. I gotta put that over.
I'm just being a butt. I'm sorry. I had
Heyo.
to.
Waka
I
waka,
don't-
that's what she said.
I don't think McAney's gonna make it today because he's premiering McAney Live today.
Good for
Okay.
him. That's good. Yay.
Good for you.
Good for you. Good for him indeed.
But
He has such a nice voice. I'm going to say it again. He has a very melodic voice. It's very easy to listen to him talk.
yeah, everybody says that they could just make his laugh into a ringtone.
Yeah, no, his laugh is beautiful. It
Mm.
really is. It's so cheery, and he has such good. And I know this is a weird compliment. Like I know it sounds weird, but it's not meant to be weird. He has such great vocabulary.
Yeah.
He really does. When I got off the last stream last time we were here on the panel, I literally like downloaded an app for vocabulary because I was like, oh my God,
I need a
to work on my
thesaurus to keep up with you. That's
He
great.
really is so gifted at talking. And see, I can talk forever, but I don't think I'm that extensive or the deep-minded.
I hear you there.
But-
I know where you're coming from.
I mean, I'm just so impressed by how he's able to just capture you and hold a conversation, and the way he describes things is just very to the point. And yeah, cool guy.
Indeed.
Jinja, check your DMs. Jay the
Check your
Deep Minded left you.
Someone
Jay the
slipped
Deep,
into the DMs.
Huh?
Jay the Deep
Okay.
Minded left you something on your DMs.
It's
Okay.
smoldering in a brown paper bag.
Ooh.
The brown
I'm
bag.
sorry.
chuckle.
I haven't been paying attention to anything. I'm so sorry.
He's
I
focused.
apologize, guys.
James is
I, like,
yeah.
He's in his zone.
Oh, James,
I'm like-
no, because you're focused. If something pops up, we gotta tell you to look up.
Yeah.
All right.
Seriously,
here we go.
because you're in the zone.
Also,
She's okay. Ooh, pretty. Look at this.
what-
She's just completed this commission while watching the stream. It's called Rivendell. Here we go.
Okay.
Check this one
I'm
out.
excited to see this. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh.
Oh, let's see, I
Big
gotta pull
reveal.
This up. Present. And here we go. Ta-da.
wow.
Oh wow.
Look at that.
That's
It's pretty.
beautiful.
It's pretty.
That's an
That's
eagle.
very pretty.
It's one of the, is that one of the eagles?
No, it's looks
I
like
love
a
the
river.
copper and how
Oh,
it's
okay.
pretty.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look how it's.
So
Oh,
nice.
that's so cool.
Yeah.
What kind of stone is that? I'm so curious.
It looks like something that she might have picked up off of the beach. To be honest, I don't know.
It's so pretty. I love the copper hues with blue. I think it's
Yeah.
such a beautiful tone. I mean, I could be that way because
So
I just
cool.
really like being a ginger, but I mean, it's just really nice. I love copper jewelry so much.
I wish I could do something like this. This is so neat. I like how it feels like it's like the ocean. It almost feels like I don't know how to explain it.
It's very
Wait.
mythical. It's very
Yeah.
I like because
I like
Jay,
the
is
word
that natural
coffee for it.
stone? How much did you manipulate that? Because it looks like a sky with a cliff behind it.
Mhm.
And but that could be just
It's a
the look
river-
of the stone itself.
it's a river tumbled jasper, she says.
Wow.
Oh, I knew it. Jasper
so
is such a
cool.
magical, whimsical way of twisting and making wonderful shapes.
And it looks like it was
know-
just pulled right out of the wiver. The wiver.
The
River.
wind.
Like that. you know?
Willie Swadwick.
I
But
thought you were,
seriously, it looks
The
like
river.
that looks
I
like a
thought-
sky and a cliff.
I thought-
And that's just
I thought-
the interpretation of art, though. This is like that could be just looking at a stone,
Wow.
au natural. But
Oh,
I
it's
see the
gorgeous.
art in that. I see the framing because of the wire work. It's giving us a panel. It's giving us, it's
Yeah.
beautiful. That's very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Really
Jay.
is beautiful, and the knot work reminds me of the and I'm not saying waves, but almost like that ripple effect of how water moves. and
Yes, how it
feels
moves through
Mm.
the
and dances.
when you see it going over the rocks, maybe like in some kind of little waterfall that's
that's
in a
beautiful.
river or over the rock, like rapids or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, and
Is
I
that
like
brass
the-
or the copper?
and the
It must be
two
brass.
the two things up top for the chain that's going to keep it stable. And you know what I mean.
It'll look good
You
from
know,
every
in a way.
angle.
Yeah.
That's the thing about necklaces is I hate it when they turn inside out. If you're a girl, you know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
When they freaking flip around.
This is a great quote right here. I'm always inspired by the stone itself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
It's almost like how a sculptor will find like a big thing of marble or
Mhm.
some other kind of stone, or like
Mhm.
somebody who does woodworking, they find a piece of wood and it's just like it's already there. It's just waiting for you to reveal it. The art that's inside of it.
Mhm.
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Jay the Deep Minded. Keep on
That's really
sharing
nice.
these with us.
Thank you.
And the food
Yes.
Really
pictures.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
I got some stones here if you guys are interested.
Food
This
pictures
is-
I got some
Beautiful
stones.
jade.
I got some stones
But
for you.
I love how
Ooh,
this
cool.
looks almost medical in a way.
Wow.
Like some sort of petri dish full of bacteria.
That is
You know what I
cool.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Sounds like this.
feel that.
You know what I mean? It just has this organic and natural petri dish look to it. And then, of course, tiger eye. Love that.
Your nails look nice.
Thank you. I just got them done. Oh my gosh,
you're
that's
welcome.
so sweet. I love it when you get nails done. Thank you.
Well, I grew up with women. It was just like
Thank you so much.
You know,
I
you're
love it
welcome.
when people notice I get my nails done because I just got them done like a couple days ago, and it feels so good for someone to notice.
See, how the hell am I single? I know how to talk to
Dude,
chicks.
I have no idea, Eric.
Dude, okay, listen to me, Eric. You were wonderful.
Witcher, we need to attack this guy.
No, I will. You were phenomenal. You understand me?
I live in Boston. Up to frustrated women.
I give him shit all the time because he goes on and on about how he's like, dude, come over here to Japan for a day.
Seven brides or seven brothers. I'm the lonesome.
Come over here to Japan for a day. I'll have you married and 10 kids by the end of the week.
Okay. I'm single. I got an excuse for being single. I live in a small town.
Yeah, I live in a big city where the odds are in my favor. But dude, fucking modern women, just wow, it's a left swipe culture. And that's all you just. There's always someone better out there, baby.
No, the dating culture is completely whack, and completely whack. You know why? You know why it's completely whack? Because you got. I'm not being mean when I say this. Please do not take this the wrong way. I'm not being mean when I say this. You got level 4, level 2 women. I'm not being mean when I'm saying this. I'm not being mean. I'm not. Okay, I love everybody, but you got a 2 who got screwed by a 10 and thinks now they're going to have a 10 every single time they go dating. They used you, honey. They just wanted sex. I'm sorry, it's the truth. I'm not being mean. I'm not being mean. This is just it's a hard truth. I love you. I appreciate you. You're worthy. However, just because you land a level 10, 9 guy and he screws you for a one night stand and you got him on Twitter, or not Twitter, I don't know what the word's called. This thing's the swipey thing. Tinder. Just because you got some 10 guy on Tinder to screw you doesn't mean that you can dish every other dude because you think you're on this top tier. He needs to be making like, 100 some grand a year, has a 6-pack and all this shit. I'm like, lady, I'm not being mean. I'm not being mean, but what the hell are you bringing to the table that's so spectacular that I'm not being mean? I'm not trying to be. I really am not. But I'm going to be completely real with you. You got people that, are humbly beautiful in their way, modest, and all their attributes are fantastic, but they're not like fucking models. And they're like, I want them to make, 100 grand a year and be 6 foot tall and have an 8-inch member and all this crap. I'm like, lady, I'm not being mean, but what the fuck are you bringing to the table?
I'm halfway there.
Bring to the table. And
waka waka.
Swipe on this wonderful man, this wonderful, amazing, funny, talented, hilarious man right here, who is joy incarnate. Okay.
Aww.
And they
which one are you pointing at?
Are you pointing at all of us, right?
I did point at everybody. Everybody.
Nobody cuter than one. I mean, seriously.
Nobody. Absolutely. Not with those dimples. You kidding me?
Kenzo with that
dimple. Get over
with
here.
that smile and that accent. I mean, geez, he gets me hot. He gives me hot. Hot shot.
You like that?
There's only
the fire of the Jinja.
Hey.
I'm saying in general, a lot of single guys.
It's the ginger in there, man.
There's
it's the ginger
nothing wrong
in there.
with them at all. They're just dolls. They're just absolutely lovely. And you know what it is? It's the dating apps that have fucking ruined how dating works. And guess what? And I'm not being weird, but if you take away sex, I'm serious. You take away sex from guys, and you take away the stability and level-headedness of women thinking that they're like this level 10 amazing piece of ass because they got with a 10 once. The delusion, they think they're too good for whatever fill in the blank. It's absolutely atrocious. It's do you get what I'm saying? I don't know how to articulate it.
I hear what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. It's the only thing I'm picking up today. No, actually, the odds are in my favor today because I'm going to have a room full of wingmen. And that's good because to be honest, you need a wingman. I mean, it's tough to be the single older guy at the bar or out and about. It doesn't have to be a bar. It's about an arrangement of opportunity. It has to be at a good time, a good place. And, most definitely, I had the best chances with my best friend, Aaron, who moved away 2 years ago because of COVID. He had to move to the, further out in the States, about 3 hours away. But I had the best chances hanging out with him just going to a bar, getting nachos and a beer. You just talk to a couple of chicks at the bar. And he's got a wedding ring, he's happily married, and he's handsome, but he was a great wingman. And
I'm a really good wing girl. I don't know why, but I've always hooked people up. I don't know what it is. Girls will come up and be like, "I love your pants." I'm like,
So
"I love your bag."
Yeah, you gotta
I love this guy.
I love your nails.
Funny. I know he's great. And they're like,
You
"Oh my
gotta know
God,
how to talk to chicks,
so
man.
wonderful."
Be fearless.
Like,
Chicks
so
love
good.
that. It's right out of South Park. Chicks did confidence, Dad.
They do. And the thing is like I've had girls come up to me and they're like, "Can you like tell me how you did that?" I'm like, "Sure. I will tell you how I did that." Or I'll tell them where I bought the bag. I'll tell them where you can get it on sale. I'll tell them where I get my nails done from. And some bitches are like, thank you. But they won't tell you where they got it from. Bitch, tell me where you got it from. If I compliment you, tell me. That is so rude.
One of the best things
ask.
One of the best things I gleaned from the Howard Stern show, the old radio show, he would have models on, and Howard would ask, "Why are you with this guy?" And she would. The most common answer was like, "He asked me out."
I've had that happen to me before. Someone asked me that about my husband, and they were
like,
like,
"Me out."
the answer was so simple, and someone's like, like you, like, what's up with that? I'm like, wow, rude, ew. Number one, ew. But I have a thing for him. I think he's awesome. I think he's wonderful. Don't you think? Like, no, I think your idea was attractive. What idea was attractive is completely different. And I think the male equivalent of Kratos is the hottest thing on the damn planet. You know what I mean?
Like
so
Eric,
it's
that's
like
Eric, right?
I fucking love Kratos. His bald beard. That's the shit. That's the shit. Ever since
we've got Kratos right here.
God of War came out, I was like, that is the superior male what's it called? Physique. Oh my God. Have you seen Jinja Ninja? Have you seen the post I made on Instagram of the guy, like an average, totally fit, normal 40-year-old guy juggling knives on a ladder saying, "This is a superior male form."
I haven't seen that one yet.
It's hilarious. I'll send it to you. I'll have to find it.
All right,
to you.
send me a link. Yeah,
it's hilarious, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And I just wish, and there's so much emphasis on the whole, like, he's got to make $100,000. He's got to be having this and have like all these cars and things. Like,
he's got to be cool with my 3 kids from 3 different baby daddies.
That's what I meant when I said, "What the fuck are you bringing to the table?" That's what I meant by it. I didn't want to say it, but thank you for saying it. That's what I meant. That's what I meant by it. And this is the thing. My mom, I love her. She's the most attractive woman in the world. She deserves the best of the best. Yeah, she has 3 kids. But you know what else she does? Fucking jujitsu. You know what else she does? She goes on hikes every weekend. The woman is gorgeous. She works with what she's got. She takes care of herself. If you're at disposition, which is normal. I'm in a disposition because I'm a broke house cleaner. I'm not educated. I'm an artsy fartsy recluse. And if I was single, the first thing I have to put out there is, hey, even if we're in a relationship, I'm still going to work because I'm on an independent streak, and it's going to make you feel weird, but I'm going to have to do it. You know what I mean? And you just got to put your cards on the table and just be honest. And I think that this culture of this fucking this wipey shit is it's losing the human connection. You just got to go out and meet people physically, talk to them, and it's just such a beautiful thing. And it really that's how it's meant to be, it really is. And I don't really know. It sounds so weird, but like, when I first met Adam, the first thing I thought was he is really cool looking. He's a cool looking dude. What a weird looking guy. I know it sounds strange, but I thought to myself, he's a weird looking dude.
I thought Wolverine. I was like, this guy's like Wolverine, man.
Dude, he's half Egyptian, half Irish. What an interesting genetics. And I kept like, what are you? What are you? You just look so different,
Yep.
But yeah, it's nice, to think like, hopefully this whole crappy dating culture will get people to actually stop using these atrocious apps and just go out in the real world and go to events, go to a concert, go to a jazz house and just meet people naturally like it's meant to be. It's so stupid.
There,
Oh,
there, there's
I'm
Good
just
not
luck and
being
good
like-
hunting, and may the force be with you.
Exactly.
There's-
And I'm not being mean to single moms at all. There's a
No.
place for them. You deserve to be loved. You deserve to have a wonderful relationship. You deserve to date. I'm not saying that. I'm saying people that are so entitled to think that they can just pick up a baby daddy who's making $100,000 a year, 6 foot tall. That is unrealistic and stupid. For me too. Okay? It's unrealistic for most fucking people. Like Henry Cavill is the equivalent of a male god. Okay?
Basically, yeah.
Do you understand? Like, I would lick his shoe. That man is perfect. He is gorgeous. And people think they want a Henry Cavill level dude to date. And I'm like, lady, that even if you're an attractive woman, that is out of everyone's league. That is not realistic.
Anybody remember when Frost tried to cancel Henry Cavill?
No, I memory
Yeah.
hold that.
Because
Who?
he was basically saying the same thing that Witcher Fox was saying.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, that and he also dated Gina Carano, and so that's what
Yeah.
she was talking.
And the thing is like he's too attractive. He's too attractive to the point where he's not even like, are you real? Can I poke you?
Yeah.
Can I poke your face? Is this a real person? It's insane.
There's this one comedian. There's this one comedian named Brad Williams who had it, who did a joke. This Brad Williams is a little person who basically said one time during a show he saw a guy in the front row who was in a wheelchair, and he's like, don't do it, don't mess with this guy, don't mess with this guy, don't mess with this guy. And then he said he saw his wife come in and she was a total knockout, and he's like, okay, I'm messing with this guy. And he's like, everybody was like, oh, he's like, hey, don't get mad, he already won. He already won. He already won this argument. And and she's like, because he's like, hey man, you suck, and I'm with her. You have a bad, he's like, you have a tiny dick, and it goes in her.
It goes in her. That's awesome. That's such a good comeback. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I often want to like drive home that comment of the whole like, yeah, there's big dick energy. That's nothing wrong with that statement. I think it's hilarious. You know, Asmongold uses it all the time. It's freaking funny, especially in gaming. But you know, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, being able to land a relationship takes a lot of work and a lot of trial and error. And when you finally land it, it's something to be like, yeah, fuck you, asshole, for saying that I was going to stay single my whole life. You know,
Jay the Deep-Minded is actually going to make you jealous with this Witcher. She actually met Henry Cavill in real life.
What? Oh boy, we're gonna have a meltdown here.
But
I'm so jealous. I hate how much you've experienced and how little.
Hate to see you go, but I love watching you walk away.
But what? What most people don't know.
Great quote.
Does anyone love my pajama pants?
Yes.
Look at these. Look at these awesome pajama pants. Look at them.
Hey, those are classy. Those are classy.
They are. I only wear satin pajama pants. Only satin pajamas. I didn't wear the top, but I only wear satin pajamas. I think that satin pajamas are the only way to go. Period.
I like flannel myself because it's wicked cold here in New England in the wintertime.
I like
in Boston when it gets nippy, you know. It gets nippy in Boston.
But
get that flannel out.
This is what she said. He's in real life. He's a socially awkward nerd around women.
He is. I've seen him in interviews. He is very awkward, but that's what makes him so cute. And that's why I like my spouse, I think, because he's so awkward. And it made me feel like that cool kid in high school that, like, I know it sounds weird, but like it made me feel like I was his crush, and he's like that awkward but really talented and smart dude. I was like, ooh, that's cool. I think being quirky and funny is super freaking adorable and super cute, which just makes him that much more awesome. But then again, like, who doesn't like him? Who doesn't have a crush on him? There's something wrong with you if you don't.
No, Anna, that Star Wars girl, she says her uterus explodes every time she sees him.
That's a great way to put it.
Dude, when I see him, I don't even think about that because I don't think I'm like, oh, we're not worthy. We're not worthy. Like, oh my gosh.
She did an entire reaction of him building his PC.
Jeez, that's hilarious.
And
That's so funny. But the thing is he's such a normal guy. He's so normal. He's such a normal dude.
That's why it pissed me off so much when they had him go on Instagram and tell everybody he was going to be Superman again, and then they dicked him around. It's like
that was
and this
that was like below the belt, you know.
And that's the thing. And from what I've heard, James Gunn, the type of he says that he doesn't want like Henry Cavill. He wants like the type of people that he wants for this. He wants for the like a lovable buffoon, kind of like like the ones he made for in his movies, like Super Star-Lord or Guardians of the Galaxy, or even Suicide Squad, where they're like lovable losers, and that's just not
relatable. We all have had struggle. We all have been at that pinnacle where you feel like the underdog, and it's more relatable. You know?
But that's
losing
not
normal.
but that's not who Superman is. He's someone who strives to lead by example. He's only that way when he's only that way when he's pretending to be Clark, because he basically pretends to be clumsy because he has to hide the fact that he's Superman.
Mm-hmm.
And he has the worst disguise ever, just a pair of glasses. But
that is so funny. Yeah, I don't know why I found that so funny. Even as a child, when I first watched like the animations, I thought to myself, "What baloney? Really? You don't think I see through the glasses? Seriously?"
No.
Okay.
God.
I've got to talk about this. Today. I had an art class yesterday, and one of my students, this lady came in. Of course, here in Japan, everybody's still wearing masks, so So she came in, and she's like, oh, I'm here for. She's like, oh, where's? And then she said her son's name. I was like, wait a second, are you his mom? And she's like, oh yeah. I'm like, oh my God, I couldn't tell it was you at all. She's like, what's different about you? And then she took off her glasses. I was like, oh, I totally didn't recognize her because I never seen her glasses on. Yes. Like completely different look.
Let me get my glasses. I'm gonna get my glasses. I'm gonna test this out right now.
Sorry, guys.
Tom King is an advisor for the Superman film.
Did you just find this out?
It worked for Clark Kent.
Yeah.
Dude. Yeah.
Yeah, they talked about that. That's why a lot of people are saying it's DOA there, Bandito.
Yeah. Oh God.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's say before and after. I'll blow up here.
These are like my classic comic book glasses, which I wish I could pull them off, but I love like a really good hair up kind of big frames. Like now I look like a comic book character.
Barbara
Who's
Gordon.
Like, yeah. Sir, we just got news in. It's dire. I don't know why. I just feel like these
Diana Prince.
Like
have you heard of Oracle?
Like a news reporter or something like that. So these are glasses number 1. I haven't gotten them prescribed yet because I'm still on the fence about them. So maybe in the comments you guys can rate the glasses, because these are still clear glasses because I haven't committed to making them real glasses. These are glasses 1.
Mm-hmm.
Glasses 1. Okay.
Yep.
In my opinion, I think it makes my face more round than it actually is. But that's just my humble opinion.
It gives me the lady from Ghostbusters, the first, the original, that kind of vibe.
Janine.
Which was she was hot. I thought Janine was hot.
Yeah. And I wear them low too. I like to wear them like really, really low. Extra grandma. You know, those are 1. These I feel like are very modest glasses that you can't go wrong with. But they're this clear ones.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go wrong.
No, I want to bring up something stunning and brave Megatron said about Clark Kent, because we just because Clark Kent hid behind his glasses, and because Stunning and Brave says, well, it's not only the glasses. Clark also changes demeanor and body language to disguise himself, which is
kind of unsure. He acts kind of unsure of himself.
Look at this one right here, real quick. This is from 1983's DC Comics Presents, number 33.
We can't see it.
This, look at his body language. Look at his shoulders.
Yeah, he's rolled in.
Yeah, he does that on purpose. But look at his posture. Yeah. I mean, this is a great issue.
Unsure of himself.
This is like Superman and Captain Marvel have powers in their costumes switched all issue long, and they have to talk to each other. No, you use your heat rays. You use your thing. It's really cool.
Well, the glasses do kind of help with the posture and stuff.
Yeah.
James, look at this.
Low spec
Flair 1981 baseball cards.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at these bad Larrys.
I've got a ton of baseball cards here.
Don Russ, actually. Ooh,
yeah.
Don Russ 81s.
I was going to say Flair. I didn't think Flair had cards out in 81 yet.
No, they didn't.
No.
Low spec says transform from Red Sonja to Nerdy Girl.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Because the thing is like, I've been low key. I hate saying that. I sound like such a fucking loser when I say that. I take that back. Don't say
loser. Anymore. You already said it. I can't take it back.
I can't say it. The thing is, it's so
3D loser. Any way you look at it, you're still a loser.
Still a loser. I don't know why.
Wicked loser.
Touching language is so easy to adapt to, but it makes me feel gross saying it because I know how these people are. So I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say low key. Under the table, sometimes I am absolutely, completely obsessed with Red Sonja.
Yeah.
Absolutely obsessed.
What's your thought? Jay the Deep Minded says those glasses are cute on you.
The black ones? Are we voting on the black ones?
I like the black ones personally.
Yeah, the first one,
really?
Definitely number one. The glasses are cute on you.
Really? Because that makes me feel so good because I paid for them and I have not used them for a year. I bought those frames a year ago. I haven't even put the prescriptions in yet because no offense to my lovely husband, he was like, meh. I'm like, really? And I've not touched them since. But now I know that people like them, so I might get them, done up to where I can see now.
Low Specs likes them too.
Okay, I'll put them back on. The people have spoken.
The people have spoken, and you must listen.
People have spoken.
Joseph Dredd also likes the black ones.
There we go. I think it's pretty much unanimous by this point, eh?
Of course. I totally understand. Look how professional I am.
And you must listen to the chat. The chat knows all.
Yeah.
Chat knows all.
Okay. Oh,
we got this Scarlett Johansson Iron Man 2 thing going on.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. She has her life together, which I definitely admire.
Who, Natasha Romanoff or Scarlett Johansson?
That's both. I mean, I don't know. I've been in such a bad, I'll be honest with you. I've been in a very bad mental space thinking to myself, I got a bad review on my Sequoia cleaning page. And I'm a 5-star business. This is my first bad review. This is my first bad review ever.
Was it a legit criticism, do you feel?
No, I didn't even clean the guy's fucking house. I didn't even clean his damn house. I canceled the appointment with him. Tough shit. Get over it. I canceled the appointment with you. You know why? Because I called you and texted you and you would not pick up. And I could not find your damn house because off-base homes are hard to fucking find sometimes. And I called him. I messaged him. I said, sir, I promise I'll discount your next cleaning. But I've been looking for your house for 47 minutes. And it's
difficult in Japan because we don't have signs here. There are no street signs.
It's not on GPS. It's just a description. And I called
Hey, what's up, Courtney?
him, and I tried. Hello. But I tried contacting him, and he gave me this shit review saying how horrible I am, how unprofessional I am. He lied and said I never messaged him, and all this shit. And I'm so discouraged about it because I had a 5-star business, 5 stars for the longest time, and now it's at 4.7, which is just really making me upset. It really is. And I've been just messed up about it for the last couple of days.
Oh, it sucks.
And it's almost like one of those things where you question, am I a good business owner? Am I a good artist? Am I good at this? And it's just I just been in this rut of and this is if you can relate to this, please let me know. Okay. Have you ever sat down on your couch and watch things on the television or on YouTube you would never usually watch just to distract your brain from what you're thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
Of
And you
course.
don't go to bed because you're just thinking so much that you rather sit there and numb your brain to literally exhaustion watching bullshit reels and bullshit videos on YouTube just to distract yourself from whatever the hell you're thinking about.
I
That's
watch
been me.
restoration videos.
I watch
Dude,
Bob Ross.
They
Bob
Ross.
take rusted
Puts me
like
in a good
antique
mood.
stuff and they restore them. That's what
Oh,
I do.
that's so good.
I watch
it's
true
porn.
crimes. I watch true crimes and Warhammer lore.
I watched something called Esoterica. It's its own Dr. Justin Sledge. He's this Hasidic Jewish guy, and he's completely like into like the mythology of world religions, and especially on a Jewish slant too, with Kabbalistic things, and it's so fascinating. I'm an ordained minister, an amateur
They don't like it
theologian.
when you call religion
This
myths.
this
The
isn't
what?
this isn't another this isn't another amazing atheist channel, is it?
I didn't know you're
No.
ordained minister. That's
Oh,
cool.
Reverend Sully, ordained on the internet
Oh my
25
gosh,
years
that's
ago
so
next
cool.
week. Yeah.
You know, I've never gotten officially married. We had a court marriage, and
Mhm.
we've been like thinking about getting legit. Well, thinking about. I'm gonna scratch that. I've been telling him it's gonna
Bob,
happen. I need a legitimate wedding.
Here's what's going to happen. You guys are going to get stationed back in the States. I'm going to call this right here.
Mhm.
You're going to get Sully up there to
Oh hell yeah! I
marry
was
you,
just like saying, I would love
and
for.
you're going to hook him up.
Oh,
You're going to
because I'm
hook
the
him up
best
when he's
wing
there,
woman
okay?
ever. Oh my god, you would love my mom.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Aw.
I'm not being
reminds
mean.
me-
I'm not being weird when I say that. You know when everyone says that, oh, you love my mother. I'm not saying it like that. I mean, my mom's a catch.
my
mom's
mom,
awesome.
my dad actually, Joseph Dredd said he misses this old house. My dad actually met Bob Vila.
Oh,
shit.
no way.
Yeah, he actually met Bob Vila in at a home and garden show, and he also met Lou Trevino. Oh, no wait,
Realize-
no wait. He also met Ponch from Chips. What's his Eric Estrada?
Gosh, I'm so dumb.
He also
What's wrong?
met.
I'm sorry. Am I being weird when I said that? I did
What?
not mean to be weird. When I said that my mom was a catch, that I'm not trying to be weird when I say that. I hope I didn't come
We all
across as
pretty
weird.
much think you're weird here. It's cool
Damn
because
it.
we're all
Yeah.
I feel
weird.
like such a,
We're all
I'm
weird.
being
You're amongst
serious,
good
dude.
company.
You have no idea how like I wish dude, we're the same. It's very odd. It's very weird, and people don't understand this, but when we go out, it literally is a weird experience. That's all I gotta say. It's odd. But like, I don't know. I'm weird. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it in any way. I meant it in a good way. I'm so tired. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm saying like I was telling, him I really do want to get a legitimate wedding, and I was thinking when you just said that, like you would do such a good job, and I want you to do in character stuff, and you could do the accent and everything, and it would be so great.
Book him while you can.
I would totally
Oh,
book him.
Thanks. I
would
haven't
totally
done
do- I would
I haven't
be
done a
honored.
wedding in like 2 decades.
Have you done a fantasy themed one?
No.
Would you be comfortable with that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I really haven't done, a wedding in like forever. So, yeah. I mean, I used to have a robe for it, and I don't even know where it went.
What about a suit and armor? Would you wear a suit and armor for it?
That's kind of awkward. What if I have to pee? Do
Oh,
I
shit,
with
then
a
you're
catheter?
Yeah, you're
I love-
screwed. That is hard. It is hard to pee in armor. That's something.
Marriage.
Marriage. We're gathered here today
Why don't
for
you?
the holy sanctuary of
Why don't you?
marriage.
Maybe while you're in Japan, you can get married by an actual samurai.
Nah, it would be sad and depressing. I'm not being mean when I say that, but I
Okay.
hate. Because here's the thing: I don't know many people here, and I'm so depressed that there's no Ren Fair here, and I miss the Ren Fair so much. I miss America so much. And it's the European in me. We talked about this last time on stream.
Yeah.
Ninja. I am so European. It oozes from my core.
I'm so
love
desperate to get
castles.
back to Europe right now. Like
Thank you.
I really want to go hit Germany. I want to hit Italy. I want to go up and see the Van Gogh Museum. I got to get back. Like,
Same. And the thing
Yeah.
is, in the United States, there are some castles. They're very rare and far in between, but there are castles There's Gothic architecture. There are libraries. There are things that I can resonate with, and there's the damn Ren Fair, and I miss the Ren Fair so freaking much. I miss going to wineries and like local, ale. What is this place called? Aleries, breweries, and shooting the shit. I love
Yep.
going to gun stores and shooting the shit at the local gun store and just like talking it off with them, and it's just so much fun. And I'm just so out of place here. And as beautiful it is, as much as I love Sakura season, as cool as samurais are, as cool as like all their culture is, I am so homesick. am so homesick. I don't. It's like I'm so sad.
Well, I hope that these, like you being on this stream here and talking with us, kind of, brings you back a bit. You know what I mean?
I look forward to this
Because that's what it does for me too. Like it's a way of getting back home. I don't.
Yeah, back to the States.
I don't get this.
And I can't shoot the shit with anybody. I have to shoot the shit with people who understand what I'm talking about.
Those glasses make you kind of look like the new version of Mary Jane, which I actually don't like.
Zendaya?
No,
I don't know who Mary Jane is.
What?
Who's Mary Jane?
No, I think he's talking about the comic book Mary Jane.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's my bad. Oh,
they made Mary Jane, instead of a model and an actress, they made her a reporter, and now she's just a Lois Lane knockoff.
So I'm a knockoff.
No,
dude,
joking. I'm just pulling your leg.
No, you're like some dangerous waters there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write. 1 second. I can't multitask. Thank you though. I need to look that up now.
It's just that they introduced this version of Mary Jane during the PS2, the PlayStation video game, and they decided to implement it in the comic books, and
more like a knockout. Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Stunning and Brave's got you back there.
Yeah, and people said, and it's just that Mary Jane had her own identity, because when she was a kid, her father was verbally abusive to her and her sister, and she would go out and she would basically pretend like she was all right in front of her friends.
Right. Yeah.
And that's how she got into acting, because she was it was basically something she did, and that's why she felt like a connection to Peter, because he literally had to hide behind a mask, but with Mary Jane, she also had to hide behind a mask,
right,
in order to put the face on in public.
There's so many kids that just develop that emotional maturity really quickly because of that, And one of two happens: they become really charismatic, awesome adults, or they become drug addicts, and there's no in between. That's just what I've noticed.
And this is
that extreme. Is that an extreme, or is it just like?
And that last issue of Spider-Man really pissed me off when Peter says that he sees Mary Jane as a sister.
That's weird.
Fuck. I'm like, fuck.
Well, then again, Spider-Man isn't like very. I'm not trying to be weird when I say this, but he's not very sexual. He's not like super like. He knows what he wants. He gets what he wants. He does the friendship
gotta
thing.
Go look in the past. Then look in the early '80s, like 1982.
Oh, was he Horn Dog?
Well, he was just better drawn. Same artist too, John Romita Jr. He just had a different inker back then. He's got Scott Hanna now, but now back then he had Al Green, I think, and just like his Peter had shoulders, had traps, had pecs, had musculature.
Because, you know what I
mean?
I'm used to the boyish body one that's very boyish, and Spider-Man's always been funny. He's always been had a witty humor, funny. But the Spider-Man I've seen, it's like like he's in the nice guy zone. He's like in the friend zone because
Well,
he's
yeah.
because he's so like brotherly and funny and isn't too frank. But if in the older version he was a bit more like straight up and whatever, that's freaking awesome. I'm all about it.
Yeah.
But
Well, that was also
Yeah.
kind of like he was in a love triangle between like
Mhm.
Black Cat, Felicia
Mhm.
Hardy, and
Mm.
his developing feelings for his eventual wife, MJ.
Mm.
And but it was just everything was just stylistically like a little tighter. It was just it was just a great time to be a Peter Parker fan because
Yeah.
that you're describing his classic Parker look.
Yeah.
That's an endearing feature of the character.
Mhm.
You know,
That's
so
cool.
yeah, he's got to win sometimes, and then he loses it, and
Yeah.
here's his Parker luck. You know,
Yeah. Gosh, that's cool.
Yeah, I just hope with the way with things going on, being shaked up in Disney right now, that they can at least shake things up in the Marvel Comics front, because what they're doing isn't working. The sales are down. They're down. The the people, the audience that they're trying, and this is going for both Marvel and DC. The sales are down. The audience that they're trying to get is not buying. I mean, the one Superman Son of Kal-El where he came out as bisexual. Yeah, it came out as
really?
it came out number 20. It debuted at number 20, but the next month over, it dropped down to 120.
I don't know, man. I'm so out of the loop with some stuff like this. I stopped off with comics when I stopped going to the stores. That's how I learned everything. That's how I learned the trend is actually going to a physical comic book store. But
Ooh, look at this. Mr. Deep Minded and I had a very low-key wedding at the height of COVID. We are thinking of having a Viking marriage blessing this Christmas in Iceland.
Skull.
Jeez, I wish I
That
wish I
sounds so
could
cool.
see that. I bet that's beautiful.
And I
That's
imagine
cool.
she's gonna like supply a lot of the jewelry and
And the
accessories
food.
for that as well. Oh man,
And
that's something that happens every stream. Like especially when Sully starts talking his food porn language, I get so hungry, man. I get
I
so
do.
freaking
You
hungry.
should.
Yeah. Last time we were talking about food, I realized I didn't eat dinner. And I was like, geez. And it actually made something quite nice. So
I just
it
wanted to
encourages me to eat something nice.
I wanted
You
to
know?
just take a second here to
well,
thank everybody on Twitter for sharing like the stream. Like there's a ton of people out there. People I didn't even know. I don't even think they're following me. Like followers of other you guys, people out there. Just this is awesome, dude. Just really nice of you. Appreciate it. Just wanted to say thank you for that.
It's very nice.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's a good
I got to
community.
get going, guys, because I got to
Okay, man.
saddle up and
All
go
right.
Take
meet
it
these
easy,
cats. And
Gotcha, bud.
See you, man.
I'm gonna like sit in a fucking movie theater for 3 hours.
Oh, that's right. You're heading out to the movies now.
And you know what? I bet you they don't even have an intermission. I mean, intermission
No.
used to be a part of long movies, and I just think it's supreme ignorance not to give us a bathroom break or to give us, a chance to go get some more refreshments. Geez.
Yep.
But thank you so much for having me on, Jinja.
Dude, man,
And good
it's
to
always
see
a pleasure,
everyone.
bud.
I'm Reverend Sully, ordained on the internet 25 years ago. Later this month, I make spiritual content about purpose and gratitude. We talk about comic books daily, 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern. Everyone's welcome at my coffee table, my comics coffee table. It's our comic book shop style conversation daily. I also point out planets in the early morning. If I can see a planet in the sky, I point it out to you. Like, hey, look,
That's so cool.
there's Venus right above the crescent moon, which is what you would have saw last night or this morning. So check it out. And it's good to see everyone. And I'll see you all hopefully next week. Alrighty.
All right, man.
Yay.
Okay.
Yeah,
See you later,
bud.
everyone.
See you, Sully.
man.
Bye-bye.
Take care, bud.
Aw.
What a nice guy.
Always good.
He's
to
such a
see
nice
Sully.
guy. I love seeing good spiritual content,
And that's
especially
exactly
good
what he
spiritual
is.
role models.
Yep.
I feel bad for cussing so much.
No, what are you talking about? We cuss all the time here.
Okay.
I mean, you saw Kenzo's video last week, right? Remember?
Yeah. I know, but I just I guess like because I have such respect for stuff like that. I really do. You
Oh,
know, it's a very commendable and honorable path. You know what I mean?
well,
It really is.
he's known to drop the F-bomb and a bunch of others all the time. It's
I mean,
fine.
it's a
We're all
colorful
grown up
word.
here.
I think if
It is.
it's used properly, it describes things perfectly.
It does.
I mean, Jesus called one of the Pharisees a dirty tampon. When
There
he
we
says
go.
filthy rags, the Hebrew word literally translates to a bloody rag that would be used for woman's sanitary.
Well, there we go.
So that's a pretty strong insult. It's basically a term of douchebag.
WWJD.
Thou art a douchebag. Thou art an unseemly, silly douchebag.
Your
Uh,
mother was a hamster.
Oh, your father smelled of elderberries. Or your mother, your father was a
Your father was
hamster.
a hamster.
Your mother
Mother
smelled
smelled of
elderberries.
elderberries.
Oh gosh, I love that movie.
Great movie.
I want to do a stream on Twitch where I just stream that watching that movie and then just recapping every single thing they say because I
Is
know
Twitch really strict about that, like kind of stuff? I don't know.
I asked somebody on live stream. I don't know how
Yeah.
accurate what she said was, but I do to learn things. I slip in the DMs of other girls, particularly girls, because I feel like I don't know. I feel like they're more honest when they talk than guy streamers for whatever reason. I'm not being weird, but like they don't typically talk about that stuff.
Right.
But I go on girl streams because I take notes and stuff. And I asked them like, "Oh, how do you do that? Like, do you get in trouble with that?" She's like, "No, they're pretty chill about it as long as you're not like showing every little thing."
Right.
And it's on stream. It's like the thing with when you go on YouTube and you see a movie on there, but there's like it's slowed down and it's black and white.
Right.
It's like a tramp stamp to make it to where it's unusable and undesirable.
It's funny that you say the word tramp stamp. I actually taught that in my adult English class the other day.
Oh yeah,
we did a lesson on tattoos. Because there's like this really good lesson I have on tattoos. Like, what are your thoughts on tattoos? What about the culture of it? If you got one, where would you get it? And the person that I was teaching, I knew it. I knew she said she was going to get one there, and then sure enough, she said, "Oh yeah, I'd get like one on the bottom part of my back." It's like, we got a name for that. And then I had to go into the whole, nomenclature, and she got a good kick out of it. Yep.
And I love tramp stamps. I love them. The thing is that I feel like getting your back half done is kind of annoying though, because when you get a tramp stamp, that's all you can get. Nothing else will make sense with it.
Right. You gotta keep on going. But
it's a commitment. Or you go all in and you may get a whole back piece. I really want to. I've been drawing up this really cool tattoo ideas. All the tattoos I get, I usually draw it up first on my tablet.
Yeah.
I take a picture of me and then I draw what I'm thinking about getting, and I show it.
That's a good
idea. And they love that because it's a straightforward, easy and there's no picture references. It's just me drawing what an idea, and so you take it yours. I'm thinking about getting. I know it sounds stupid, but I love dragons so much. Dragons are my favorite creature. In all mythological legend, dragons are my favorite, and I wanted to get 2 dragons right here, but like cute and small. Circular, kind of rolled up like the Diablo health potion bars, and just have 2 awesome little dragons, like not too invasive, but just kind of like right here, just something really adorable. And I love dragons so much. I love them so much. I've always wanted a little dragon on my shoulder, which is just so cute. It's such a cute tattoo.
I've always wanted to get one, but I just don't know what to. I would have to design it myself, but I just don't. There's nothing that I'm really like crazy about putting on me, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to be full into it. I like European dragons. European dragons are my favorite type of dragons. I'm not big into Asian dragons.
I've decided what I wanted to get on my right arm. I actually wanted to get hands in a prayer position with my dad and my mom's.
Classic. Wonderful.
Yeah, with my dad and my mom's names on it, and I would have the date of my mom when she was.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Oh no! I actually hit the mic with my.
Oh, whoops!
My glasses, and I was like, I bet that's amazingly loud. I am so sorry.
Yeah,
you're fine. You're fine.
And
I thought it was just a nice big old sneeze there.
That would be a cute piece.
Yeah, and on my left arm, I was thinking about having the orc symbol with the Astra Militarum symbol. So it would look like orcs versus Astra Militarum. So
That's neat.
yeah,
I wouldn't mind getting an orc tattoo of like a World of Warcraft orcs. Those guys are meaty and cool. I love World of Warcraft orcs.
Yeah,
I haven't finished that book yet though, Bandito, but it's really good so far. I'm enjoying it.
It's the one thing that in the Eisenhorn books is that it's very instead of like you'd expect like battles and everything with Warhammer, but with Eisenhorn it's low-key spycraft kind of. That's why people compared him to like to James Bond.
James Bond. Yeah, you could. When you said that, I was like, oh, really? James Bond and Warcraft. Let me check this out. And sure enough, yeah, he's a badass too.
Yeah,
he walks around with. He's like, oh yeah, I'm an inspector for the. Oh, what is it? The inspector or no? He's
Inquisitor.
Inquisitor. Sorry, Inquisitor. I'm an Inquisitor, so just think of me as the Lord Emperor. Might as well.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. The Inquisitorial has our work for the our in direct work directly for the throne, and not even the only people that can stop that are higher than them are the Adeptus Astartes, and those are the Space Marines.
Ah, okay.
And they could, and even if they get a confession from someone, they won't stop until they get everything, because one of the saying from the Inquisitorials is that innocence proves nothing. Yeah, and also and this is another thing I found so freaking hilarious. The founder of the Inquisitorial was named Inquisitor Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau.
So that's pretty much on the nose.
Gosh, speaking of orcs and stuff, I feel like I completely ruined my orc drawing that I did a couple days ago.
Did you go back into it?
I did. I did something bad.
Let's see. Don't tell me what it is, and I'll see if I could see it.
Okay.
All right. Don't tell me what it is.
No, I have to say it.
No.
Because
don't tell me what it is yet. Okay. Let me try to guess. Yeah.
Now the glare is horrible because it's charcoal. Maybe if I just like without the glare. Can you see what I did?
Did you go back into? Oh, what's that up there?
Okay, I wanted to put this in a frame, so I mounted it on painting board. But I didn't like how white it was. I wanted it to look like a vintage drawing, so I went with a very mild brown paint, and I did a very light backing. And I thought it was dry, and I put the tracing paper on top of the, watercolor.
Right.
Where that I had freshly painted, and it was still wet. And now I got these like little, white spots, and it's also duller, you don't see the lights as much anymore.
You know what you got to do? Do it more.
Oh, okay, so darken it up.
Oh yeah, like do it more places within the picture. Yeah.
Okay.
And because it looks like it's got like this kind of leathery, like weathered look.
Yeah.
Whoops, my voice just has a weathered look to it. So now just keep on going with that.
Because you can see it's two layers.
Yep. Take a mistake and take your mistake and make it into a positive. Just do that.
You should look at it.
I was so worried about losing the highlights. I went with my white, because I don't have any freaking art supplies. I went with white makeup, white eyeliner pencil, and I did the highlight.
Hey, shit, like cave artists were working with blood and plants and stuff. Whatever you got.
I have worked with blood before, and I loved it. I know that sounds gross, but I absolutely love working with blood. It is so
Witcher,
cool.
It was great having you on the show.
Oh my goodness. But it was so much fun. It really, because here's the thing, it ages funny. It has like a different
When I went to London, I went to the Modern Museum of Art. There was a sculptor who works in his blood, and he gets it it has to be at a certain temperature where it stays like really thick, and so he does sculptures out of it, his own blood.
Neat.
Yep.
There's
I don't even know how they even begin fathoming how much blood you would need to be able to make solid coagulated.
Yeah. I don't know how much.
That's
but
a lot.
It had like the info there, but yeah, it was good. Yeah.
I mean, it was from a wound. It was a legitimate wound, and I thought, okay, I'll just save it, And it was so cool. It was something small too. It was a very small little page. It was like literally like we're talking that big. You know what I mean? Like that was the size of the drawing.
Minuscule.
But you just keep layering like that. What's that painting style I love that Frazetta did a lot and a whole lot of artists did, that watercolory. Such the J or G. It's like gesso. What is not gesso? What is it?
No, gesso is the underpainting.
Like a thick. Gesso's like kind of thick, isn't it?
Yeah, gesso. Well, gesso is what you use for your underpaintings. It's the white paint that I've actually got some. I put some. I used some on this MDF board here.
Gouache.
Gouache is an opaque watercolor.
It's like gouache, but it had like a life of its own. You know what I mean?
Right.
Very interesting. Like, do I recommend it? No, unless you're very comfortable with your fluids. But I think it was cool, man. It was a cool experience, and I got to show it to my art class. That was interesting. I took it to high school with me, and I showed it in my art class, and everyone was mortified. It was great. It looked really good, and I was really proud of it. My mom was really proud of it.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, you make it work. Yeah. Why not? Shit.
I wish I kept my teeth. I wanted to keep my teeth when I got my wisdom teeth pulled. I asked my dentist, and he says he couldn't get them to me. It was a hazard.
Really?
Yeah, I was really sad about that. I wanted to make it into a necklace.
This is awesome. This is awesome, Kenzo. He uploaded a drawing on the DMs.
Hold on a second. We got Mackie here too. Hey,
hey,
what's up
Mac.
there,
I did not realize.
Finally.
I thought y'all started.
Finally.
I know. I thought y'all started early. And then I realized, like, oh wow.
Have you ever seen where she's like, "Where have you been? Where have you been?"
Kenzo, is this who I think it is?
Who do you think it is?
I think it's somebody that we are very familiar with.
I'm Batman.
Can I share it?
Of course, man. Yeah, that's why I drew it. I drew it while I was on stream today.
Really?
This is for you. This is for you, Witcher.
No.
It's Kenzo.
That Family Guy style. I like that.
That's so fucking cool. I love that. You should make stickers out of that. Please make that into a sticker.
You make that to a sticker and then take it around, and you could sell it at Comic Cons.
Please put that on a damn sticker. I would buy that.
Yeah.
I'll send you the assets and stuff. I'll send you the TNG.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
So you're giving her red Sonya, like gear. That is
Did I get the colors
cool.
right? Because I am colorblind. And
It's amazing. It is amazing.
Yeah.
Love it.
I normally have to ask my wife.
I like the little skull on the belt.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty
That's
classic.
cute. That's adorable.
I love the boots. I love the heroic pose. I love how like the skirt moves. I love the hair having body to it. And I'm being completely honest, I rarely ever I'm not saying this in a mean way. I'm not a huge cartoon fan. However, I do like not Captain America.
That's kind of my
American Dad. I love American Dad. And this really is like good cartooning.
That's what I've been trying to do with my characters for the full Aussie. I've kind of kept it in that same style.
I love that show.
That's awesome, Kenzo.
That's awesome.
I thought it was about time I actually did some artwork whilst on the stream. Normally I just sit here and talk.
Kenzo, do you have a way to contact Witcher there? Have you got like her Instagram or anything? Okay, no. I'll send her the Instagram link. I'll send it to you.
I don't do social media, man. I do like
There's
Twitter,
nothing, dude.
YouTube.
You're better off. It's horrible.
I used to do Facebook like.
It is.
I don't even have that app anymore.
Oh well, Witcher, if you want to put your Gmail or your email address in the private chat,
you put your email in the private chat, then I can
in the private chat, then he can send it to you.
Oh, that's not it.
This is looking great, Makani, as well. I was
Oh yeah, I finished that yesterday. Actually, before I got to work, I was like,
"Yeah, that's a good one, man."
Yeah. That was like a quick some quick adjustments I was doing yesterday.
Yeah.
Plus, just before I went to work, like because I had to get up, be out of the house by 7 in the morning. I went and just like whipped up a background and just did some final touches. So, you know what? This particular piece has had 200 likes on every single time I posted a WP
I liked
of
it. I'm one of them.
So,
I'm one of the likes.
You're the 200.
I saw it.
You're the 200th one.
Yes. Because I'm obsessed with the skin. I'm so jealous of how well you blend skin. And the skin
It's not easy.
I drew it on my phone as well. I drew.
Okay, let me put. Okay, I'll put it back up again.
That's awesome.
It's not easy.
Jay, I haven't ever tried tempera painting. I haven't, but I've seen people do it, and it looks beautiful. It looks really, really beautiful.
I love the glossiness.
Yes,
of the skin tone.
yes, yeah.
It's stunning.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's something I really need to try.
Did you catch my vehicle drawing?
Glossiness plus. Say it again.
I put up that driving thing. The driving scene that I was working, but for the thumbnail, there's another angle that I'm working on where it's
nice.
It's a Dodge Challenger being chased by an Australian police car.
Classic cartoon.
That's classic.
Yeah, that's cool.
But yeah, the Witcher Fox picture. It's the first time I've just used Procreate Pocket. I just downloaded.
Oh, I love Procreate.
That's what I normally use. I use it on my iPad, but I've not used it on my phone before. And that is the first picture that I've ever drawn on it. Was this Witcher Fox one?
That's so cool.
That is amazing.
But it's pretty much the same as the normal Procreate, but obviously just on a smaller screen. I just had to use a stylus instead of my Apple Pencil.
I knew something was missing. I was like, "What is missing about the stream?" My little thing wasn't on. I was like,
the smoke thing.
Yeah. I was like, "What's off about this?" It's kind of wimpy right now. It'll get more intense.
We got my dad. My dad is celebrating his 69th birthday today.
Heck yeah.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I'm sorry, I know. Congratulations.
Yeah, I know what I want for my 69th birthday.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
Yeah. My dad. So I had to clean up. Yesterday, me, my dad, and my stepmom had to clean up for the last few days. We had to clean up the entire house because we're having a barbecue here.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And I was so sore. I went to bed at like 7 p.m. when I.
Dude, cleaning's rough. You know how it is. You know, that's what you do, just like I do. You know, we have the same kind of gig.
And the thing is that my dad and my stepmom are such perfectionists. They're like, "Oh, you missed."
I'm a perfectionist.
The thing I've learned about cleaning is that humans love cleaning. We actually love to clean. It takes us. You have to get us to get up out of our asses to do it. You know,
see, once it's like
the moment we get
going to the
once
gym.
you get it going, it's easy.
Yeah, once you get going, then you're like, I can't stop now. Stop cleaning.
I know this sounds weird. I hope it doesn't sound weird. Like, we're all allowed to be proud of something. You know, some of us, you know, are really talented artists. Some read really fast. Mine is I'm very clean, and every time somebody comes over, I get the same compliment. You have such little stuff. Where's all your stuff? I'm like, it's organized. I organized it. And it's so satisfying. Like, because I used to be really messy because I just never had time. I was exhausted. I didn't want to do it. But now that I have more time off from work, because now I only work like 2 days a week. 2 days a week. Well, because it's also a difficult job. And it sounds absurd to only work 2 days out of the week. I know. But you got to understand, these are like really bad houses. Like, these are really, really gross homes. Like, where like they miss the pale. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like,
yep.
And you know really quick what they use, whether it's toilet paper or baby wipes. Like, it's really gross. And so it is very disgusting, and they're very rude. They're so rude. Not all of them. I do have good clients.
Oh,
but
who is it? Is that the hello to all of us, Sherry?
The lovely Sherry is on.
Hey,
Hey,
Sherry.
what's up there, lovely? How you doing?
Hey, sweetie.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna have to draw a picture of Sherry soon as well.
I'm gonna take a picture really quick and post it on my Instagram really quick.
Do you have a
Sorry.
Twitter?
Well,
I'm
I-
sharing the stream. That's all.
You saw the email I sent you last Sunday, right?
I did, and I did email
Okay,
you back.
perfect.
You did see it,
Okay.
correct?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
let me
I
check.
was a little worried that I was like, oh, it's right back. Was I too quick to respond? Like when you're dating and you're not supposed to message them back within like 2 seconds. I messaged you back in like 2 minutes after you messaged me. I was like, shit,
Oh, you
did I scare
did?
him off?
Okay.
I was like, shit, did I scare the person off?
Yeah.
I was too eager, but no,
Gotcha.
I agree with you.
Thank you, Witcher. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
I didn't
sorry,
realize
I'm taking a picture.
Oh,
I'm putting the link up
Well,
here.
you know what? This is perfect. This is perfect time because I got 2 hours. My show begins in like an hour and a half, so we can just like lead into.
Heck yeah.
Like I can leave it into my show.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll pick it up
That's
soon.
like
Yeah.
a
Also,
segue.
did you hear that? What's his name? Anthony Justice was arrested last night.
Oh,
Oh shit.
I know who you're talking about. Kang and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Creed.
Jonathan.
Jonathan
what's his
Majors.
name?
Jonathan Majors.
that's
Yeah,
the
it's,
Majors was arrested last night for assault.
Mm.
So I'm on the Sunday. I'm in the Sunday chat, and I've seen a lot of people are talking about it. AFK, Danny, Common Chat, Mark with a C, Valiant, Fats, and Jane. They're all talking about it. And yeah, it's clear. I think this is.
Legitimate.
I think this is.
Maybe? No?
Probably not, because they waited to a day later, like the morning after, to make the
Ambulance
call the
right?
police. Yeah, the police called the police, so that's kind of sus.
Yeah, and also the
And there's some video footage apparently too that
Yeah.
shows that he's innocent. So
also Roland. What's it? Rick and Morty? The Rick and Morty.
oh
co-creator
yeah,
was-
Justin Rowland. Yeah, Rick and
Yeah,
Morty, yeah,
he-
his
he was
those
cleared.
allegations dropped. Yeah, he was cleared.
It's
Huh.
cleared. He's all them texts to the miners and that. It's fine.
Yeah, that's another.
That's another thing.
Yeesh.
People who make cartoons are weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean cartoonists are weird? Is that what you're saying, kids? Cartoonists are weird.
Yeah,
Of course
man.
they are. It's like
My brain
weird
is slow.
bunch.
I don't know why I must be
Especially
like, you know,
Jinja
like on the computer where there's like the lagging sound.
Yep.
Just now,
do you get that?
you know what's really interesting when you said that about the delay in the call? Like how they waited to the next day. That's how slow my brain is right now. I'm so sorry.
So
But-
is it like a blue screen? Is it? You
Yes,
get
it's
that
like the
mental blue
loading.
screen?
Dial up. You know, don't let the glasses
Spinning
fool you. I
icon.
am very slow today.
Yeah, it's a
Right
loading.
so.
It's a loading icon. It's a loading.
Yeah, it really is. But I had a horrible experience with an employer.
Mhm.
It was horrible. I ended up going into a lawsuit with the company, and
my
I
God.
won. I won the lawsuit. It was great.
Ooh.
It basically, we didn't have to, worry about much for a year or two. It was great. You know, it helped us out a lot. But it happened, and I didn't really know how to process it, because it was so weird. But I did bring it up with my upper employment that I felt uncomfortable around him, like something was sus, something was weird.
Mhm.
So there's like a paper trail of me being like, I don't like how he's talking to me. I don't like what he's sending me. I don't like how he's texting me. And then, creepy stuff happened. And I'm like, okay, now I'm going to get the lawyer involved. And before I can get the lawyer involved, like the next day, they fired me. They
Oh,
fired me
shit.
from the
Oh
job
my gosh.
to cover it up. They said they didn't want this to be a big thing. And nothing happened to me. I punched him in the throat, you guys. I am
Ooh,
not, listen to me.
Yeah.
I am not a victim. I am not a victim. I punched that guy in the throat hard as fuck. Okay. But the thing
I've seen your
is,
bicep. That would
oh
hurt.
yeah, dude, I was jacked back then. This was like fit Witcher Fox. This was the Witcher Fox that was bodybuilding. So I didn't mess around. But they fired me the next day because they found out about it. the company found out about it. They're like, we don't want anyone to know about it. I'm like, you fucking assholes.
Like,
I'm
really?
gonna blow up
That's
this
horrible.
shop. I'm gonna blow up this whole company because you did that. You're gonna fire me because of what someone did to me. Are you kidding? Because I'm the problem? You know what they said? What were you wearing that day? And I said khakis and a work t-shirt because I
that's
was on
hot.
the job. That's real hot.
What is it? What is it?
Khakis.
What does it?
Jeez.
That doesn't matter though. That's not the issue.
Thing. Yeah, and a lot of the times they're like, well, what was she wearing? I'm like, I don't give a fuck if she was wearing a bikini. That is not the incentive to be a fucking asshole.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? We're not barbarians. We're not fucking animals. You know?
Dun, 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 dun,
Jeez.
dun,
But
dun,
I totally I hear what you're saying.
Slow down
but,
there,
like,
Conan.
dun, 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 dun,
well, yeah,
dun.
Conan though. Conan's an animal though. Conan's an absolute savage.
Every time
Jeez.
you say barbarian, that's the first thing I hear is dun 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 dun
Dun,
dun
dun,
dun.
dun, dun, dun. Do you know I have that whole album on my phone? I listen to it.
Oh,
often.
that's my go-to.
Beautiful.
That's my go-to.
My favorite one is the orgy in the kitchen song.
Oh, it's such
Beautiful.
a good song.
It's such a weird title,
yes.
but it is such a good. It's
I was
so
like, I was about to
cheery.
say, excuse me?
Orgy in the kitchen. Oh.
It's perfect. That's like the
It's
perfect
perfect.
song.
It is the perfect song. It's cheerful.
Because you can
and
see it too. You can see it in your head. You know what I mean? The
I
whole.
listen to that when I get dressed in the morning. I'm not even joking. This song is on repeat on my playlist. Like I literally have it on my phone. I listen to that when I put my makeup on. I do my hair because it's so cheery and like flirty and happy and whimsical. And it's just fun to listen to. But then when I'm in a bad mood and I don't want to go out and I need the confidence, I listen to dun 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 dun. You know, because I need
Yep.
I need a boost. You know,
Yep.
but I totally understand that. I love the soundtrack, and it's so long too. It goes
Oh,
on and goes on.
yes. And you think
The-
you think it's like, oh, it's done? No, it's got more.
Dun, 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 dun. It's so great. I'm such a nerd. God.
I love the opening part too, where they raid the village, and they
Yeah.
it's such. Damn, you can feel the horses trampling through the snow.
Yeah,
What a beautiful movie.
It's
the
awesome.
composer, he didn't just compose a song for like a movie. He composed it for an entire opera,
I wonder.
and he wanted it to be memorable. So that's what I'm pretty sure he achieved his job.
Oh, he did. Yep. One of the best ever.
I think I gotta take the glasses off to be able to see when I'm drawing because it slightly hazes it.
Do you know, I noticed this of late, I have to take my glasses off when I'm doing because the oils, you do a lot of really detailed work, and I have to take my glasses off to do it. Otherwise I can't.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
I can't do
really
it now.
fucks. Yeah.
I gotta take it off. I'm going to rework that orc and darken it up. Thank you for the advice because I was a little devastated.
No,
Honestly,
don't
I was really
don't
upset
give
about
up on it.
Correct email
Don't give
you've
up on
put
it.
in the chat, Witcher. 'Cause-
Let me check.
You might have done that thing what you did with mine. Oh yeah, there's an S in there. I don't think the S should be in there.
Yeah.
This is the thing. It does that automatically. I don't know why,
Yeah.
but every time I type it in, it changes it. And I swear to God, I'm not putting an S. And every time I do it, it like spell checks it into something I never freaking wrote.
It's like, I'm Witcher Fox, and puts an S, Foxes.
I did it one time, and now the algorithm of the computer.
It's like the human won't let you live it down. It's like, no, we're going to add an S to everything.
You get an S.
Literally,
You get an S. You get an
gosh.
S. Everyone gets an
Every
S.
time I put the word D when I'm texting it, immediately
D's.
just says dick.
I thought I was
I'm
going to
like,
say
do
these
you
nuts.
No, I'm serious because I've said dick so many times when I text, to describe people or things or whatever. And now when I type the word D, I'll be, okay, Dylan, I'll be over there at 12 to clean your house or
So
your
Dylan's.
unit. It's like, hey, Dick,
Dick.
I'll be over there at 12 to clean your house. I'm like, whoa,
Maybe that's why you got the bad
bro.
I was like, what the heck?
Maybe that's why you got the bad review there because
I know, right?
auto put Dick in there instead of,
Gosh.
his name. Yeah.
I do encourage you guys just to, if you want to just mess around and just check it out for yourself. There is a full long debate on my Sakura cleaning page on Facebook called Sakura Cleaning.
Yep.
Okay, it's me with blonde hair. That's the only difference on the profile picture. And there is a long, drawn out argument of me and this male Karen going back and forth saying, "Sir, I did message you." No, you didn't. You never even.
You think that's
Sure,
a
I
rare
did.
commodity. You think that it's a rare commodity, but it actually isn't.
You know what we call them instead of Karens?
Larry,
that?
You know what- no.
Gary's.
Gary's. No?
Gary.
Bitches?
Timothy. Fucking Timothy.
Timothy's.
Fucking Timothy.
Ah.
Well, there's also another term they're called male feminists, but yeah. That's
Yeah.
He's such an
Soy
asshole.
boys.
He's such a dick. I didn't even
Betas.
clean his home. I didn't even get a chance to fucking clean his house, and he's giving me a bad review. I'm like, I didn't even fucking clean your house. I didn't pass the threshold of your fucking home. All I did is cancel it, and you're giving me such a bad review because I canceled with you. I even offered him a discount when I canceled. I'm like, sir, my apologies. I cannot find your home, and I've called you, and you haven't picked up the phone. And I've been out here for 45 minutes looking for your house. We're going to cancel for today. I'll give you a discount on your next cleaning. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Reach out to me as soon as you can. Have a wonderful day. The only fucking inconvenience this guy got is that he didn't have someone clean his house for him. Guess what? I was in my car for an hour and a half for free. And then another hour driving back to my house. So I got the shit into the stick, not him. You know what I mean?
How do you cancel? I was like, how do you cancel a house?
Oh, so like I couldn't find his house to
I'm joking.
But like I know what you mean. Like I canceled it. I canceled it.
Sorry to jump in. I'm gonna have to call it a day now.
Actually, I'm gonna have to. We're at the 4-hour mark here, so and it's
Yeah.
almost 1:40.
Me and I should have jumped. I should have jumped on earlier. I should have jumped on.
I'm gonna actually.
I was really enjoying that finger action then, James, that I was seeing from you, but unfortunately,
the finger.
The finger that I just see you doing some little smudging movements.
Oh yeah. I just like do things. Ooh, it's really glossy.
Ultimate paintbrush.
All right.
I'm loving it, man.
So I guess
I'm
we're
really getting that.
Yeah, it's
Batman animated series.
Yeah, oil. There we go.
Gorgeous.
So I guess we're signing out now.
Yeah. We'll just go ahead and do our quick outro. So, so did you want to?
Yeah. Thanks for having me on,
Yeah,
James. It's a pleasure to hang out with yourself and the other artists, even the non-ginger ones.
Hey, at least I have a soul, buddy.
And it was good to actually draw something whilst being on
man,
here
that was awesome, dude. Really appreciate that, bud.
I was thinking next week I might have, if I come on, I might have to draw you, James.
Oh, come on! I don't know if you're going to capture this. This manly.
This Adonis.
Yes. This Henry Cavill-esque.
This godlike physique.
Mystique of mine.
But yeah, if you can follow me on Twitter and YouTube at Art by Kenzo. I'm going to be putting some animated content up and some art. I've got the episode 2 of the Full Aussie coming out on April 22nd, and it's going to be skits. It's going to be hella lit. So if you like crazy animated content, be sure to follow me for lots more skits, Aussie adventures featuring the Full Aussie crew. Thank you very much for having me, man.
Man, it's always a pleasure having you on here, bud.
Nice
Sweet.
one, guys.
Keep up that good work, dude. Just keep on pushing it, dude.
Yeah, man.
It's awesome to see it. Oh, let's see. We'll go Bandito next.
Okay. Hey, this is Bandito Bane, the well-rounded nerd and the Warhammer noob. I am going to do an unboxing for a couple model sets that I just got this week, and I'll be doing it later this week. You can follow me on social media at Twitter at Bandito Bane, or on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, no, not Twitch, Insta. You can also look me up on Gmail at bombermanefx@gmail.com if you want to talk comic books, bad movies, anime, anything.
Love bad movies.
Yeah.
So bad it's good.
Yeah. So, and I'm also working on a comic book. So if you want to throw around some ideas, I'm working with James and Angry Canadian. So if you guys want to help out, I'm always looking for help. If you want to help out by being a proofreader, hey, the more eyes on this project, the better.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
awesome, man. Awesome.
Heck yeah.
And as always, Bandito, love having you on here, dude.
Hey,
the band.
this is the highlight of my week.
I love this. Like
Same,
every Sunday, dude. I
same.
really look forward to it.
I really
All right,
do
Witcher
too.
Fox, you're up to bat. Give him
Hello,
hell.
everybody. It's Richard Fox, 7076, because America. And I stream on Twitch
America.
every
Hot
now
damn.
and then. Every now and then. I mean, like once a week. I always post 24 hours beforehand. So to give you a heads up if you want to go check it out, we stream iconic video games such as Dovahkiin, Skyrim, Witcher, all the good classics. And if a good king comes along, I'll stream that too. But really just to hang out. And soon, this room you see now will be my functioning Twitch room. Right now it isn't,
Woohoo.
but soon it will be. And we're going to do reaction videos, movies, Mighty Python, drawing. I'm going to get my camera set up. It's going to be freaking awesome. And you can find me on Instagram. You can find me on Twitch. Not on YouTube yet. But yeah, we draw, we talk about shit, we nerd out, and it's super fun. Yay.
Awesome. Yes. And
Yeah.
congratulations on that award that you showed earlier on Instagram. Well
Yeah,
deserved.
Finally got
Yeah.
it.
One of many more to come, I'm sure. I'm certain.
All right. Okay.
All right. And
I'm loving
Mackie,
the chibi bubblegum there, Makini, by the way.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes. Thanks for spoiling that. But anyway, guys, in about an hour and 20 minutes, is my Sunday show. It's just called Sunday Draw Stream. Mockney Live. If you guys have tuned in on the Friday show, I did go into a whole kind of spiel, but to basically phrase it. Mockney Live will be back when it's done. That's basically kind of what I'm moving forward to, is everything I'm doing moving forward for the channel. It'll be ready when it's done. I've had a miserable week last week, so I wanted to start fresh and all that stuff. But anyway, so what we're going to be doing on today's show at 11 a.m. PST is something that I promised for my channel members, and that is we will be doing chibi emojis for all three girls. So for first up is with bubblegum. So I'm going to be doing about 4 poses or 4 emojis for bubblegum. This is for my channel members because I did promise that I would update the emojis for them a while ago. So I finally got the time to do it. By the way, thank you Kenzo for thank you Kenzo for becoming a member, and thank you as always Bandito. So I know you guys are going to be in for a treat once it's done. So that's going to be our folks today. We're going all cute. We're making chibis.
Yeah,
You've nailed the
chibi proportions, man. It's free
Yeah.
head height.
So
It's
we're
3 heads high. It's perfect, man. I really like it.
You guys, I know you guys are going to love that. So we'll be making chibi emojis.
I think that'll look slick in your glossy style, man. It's gonna look tight.
Well, I got to simplify it though. It can't be like too detailed. It's gonna be like because I want to get this out. I want to be able to get this out efficiently and quick. So I cannot be spending too much time on details. On shading and stuff like that. And who knows? I mean,
it looks tight.
I probably should have sketched Witcher, a chibi version of Witcher at some point. This is
Just don't make me too busty because then I'll be jealous. I'll get jealous of your
You're jealous of your chibi counterpart.
I would be if they're bustier than me. Then I'll get self-conscious. It's like having a bigger penis.
Did I get them right? Did I get them right in my picture?
Uh-oh.
Serious.
Kenzo's asking if he got him right in his picture. Portions.
Oh, I loved it immensely. I love it the way it is. It's realistic. It makes sense. It's action packed. It's beautiful. It's simple. I fucking love it with all my heart.
By the way,
gosh, it's gorgeous. And I'm not even really big into like super cartoon stuff, but I love American Dad, and it just sings American Dad.
Let me see if I can find it. I'll try to make this quick, but
have a nice one, Joseph.
Thanks, Joseph Dredd.
Thanks, bud.
I'll just try to make this quick, but
you should definitely do a Witcher, Makini. Definitely.
I know, right? I'll try to make this quick, but next season, I am going full like 90s, like straight up 90s themes. So I got some like I've been doing a lot of like this is what I've been working on in the background. Is just doing just a bunch of just freaking shit, trying to look it up for like 90s VHS style. So it is
Yeah, I
all
like
you
that.
could see, all you could see there is like all try to go for like a '90s talk show or something like that. But yeah, so I'm going all in on that. But I just want to share that just real quick.
Awesome, man.
That looks
But
great,
like I
man.
said, everything will be ready when it's done. That's my mindset going forward. I'm not giving myself a harsh deadline anymore. I'm done with giving myself hard deadlines, and I'm going to actually.
I don't work well to deadlines.
I don't want to rush. I'm done trying to rush and trying to overpromise or over. You know.
It makes it stressful and not as enjoyable, and it should be enjoyable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's art.
It's art.
All right.
It's art.
It's art. God damn it.
And
Theater. It's theater.
Yes, theater. All right, and I guess I'll go last here.
Save the
Jinja
best
Ninja
last.
here. This is the picture Batman for today. Oil painting.
Amazing. I love
Very.
it.
It's just a little bit of a white kind of bat feeling in the back there. There's like a hint of a bat kind of thing going on there. But I had no idea I was going to be painting anything like this tonight. I had like a completely different image in mind, but I think I was just a bit. Just had to simplify things tonight because it was a long day today, taking down the exhibition and just being at the gallery for 3 days in a row, and but I always look forward to this show, like chilling out with you guys, just talking. I basically just listening to you guys because for me, you guys, your conversation is the most entertaining thing, and of course the people in the chat as well. It's just it's always fun to be on here. I was like, I'm gonna get an early night tonight, maybe call it at 12, but it was like the next thing you know, it's almost 2:00, and the time just flies by being with you. Yeah. But thanks again for everybody coming out here tonight in the chat and on the panel. Kenzo, Makini, Bandito, Witcher, and then we had Mr. Sully on here earlier.
And everyone in the chat.
And everyone in the chat, of course. And so next week. What's that?
I missed Eric.
I know. He was great.
Oh, yeah, he's
Eric
a good
is a
guy.
shit.
He's off going to watch John Wick 4.
Nice.
Yeah. So so everybody, again, thank you for coming out, and yes, thank you, Captain Phantom Nerd, and everybody else in the chat. Lovely Sherry, all of y'all. See you next week, and next week I'll probably be doing some Lord of the Rings work again because the event is coming up.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll put.
All right, everybody, have a good one, and see you next week.
Hang on a second. There you go. Bye, guys. There you go. Just right.
Bye,
guys. I'll just put bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.